Hey, good morning. Welcome to the February meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. We're glad you're here. Glad you got here safely. Let me make a couple of quick introductions. If you have questions during the period of this day, you should feel free talking to any of the commissioners or to Jenica Harris, who's our paralegal, Mallory Kirby, who's staff attorney that we're thrilled to have. We're actually thrilled to have both those ladies. Then our new executive director, Malcolm Taylor. You can ask him questions. He may not have the answer just yet.
Malcolm Young.
Who is Malcolm Taylor? I keep thinking of him.
Marcia did that. She started.
Malcolm Young. Ross Fowler, Tennessee Real Estate Commission Education Director, and then 8 of our 9 commissioners are present today. And for the moment, you can see their names, and we'll tell you where they're from at some future time today. All right, with that said, we have a piece of perfunctory procedure we have to handle first. Mr. Young, would you read that into the record, please?
Thank you, Chairman Grease.
And you need to speak into the microphone. I'll tell a lot of people that today, so don't take it personally.
Get that one, the third one.
Thank you, Chairman Grease. This meeting's date, time, and location has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website, included as a part of this year's meeting calendar since July 1, 2015. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website since Thursday, February the 4th, 2016. Also, this meeting has been noticed on the Tennessee.gov website since Thursday, February the 4th, 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Young, if you'll call the roll, we'll get this thing going.
Okay, and I'll call roll and say here after your name, Austin McMullen.
Here.
Bobby Wood.
Here.
Marsha Franks.
Here.
Diane Hills.
Here.
Fontaine Taylor.
Here.
Johnny Horn.
Here.
Chairman Grease.
Here.
Vice Chairman Janet DeCherry.
Here.
And Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. We're not used to titles up here. I don't need to be identified as chairman necessarily. All right, but you can play. You call us what you want to. This is Malcolm Young's first meeting with us. We're just getting used to each other. I want you to know that. All right. With that said, I'm going to ask Commissioner Horn to lead us in an invocation, and then when he's finished, if you'll please stand, he'll lead us in the pledge to the flag. Commissioner.
Father God, we do thank you for this day that thou hast given. We ask special blessings upon this meeting, that you might give us clarity of mind, clarity of thought, and most of all, Lord, that you would help us to do the people's business, that we might honor you in the way that we act, do, and talk. And Father, right now, we thank you for what you're going to do, for we ask it in Jesus' precious name. Amen.
All right, if everyone will stand, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. DeChara consistently reminds me that I'm supposed to tell you to turn your phones off, turn your iPads off, turn any communication off. We will do our best to keep ours turned off up here as well, and so if you'll help us with that. This was scheduled to be a 2-day meeting. For those of you who don't know, we had a cancellation or a continuance in a formal hearing we were supposed to have tomorrow, so this meeting will be done today. Now, when it'll be done is anybody's guess at this point. But I will tell you, for scheduling purposes, we'll try to take a break at 11:30 for lunch, and we'll return at 1 o'clock. So if you need to plan your day, those are the best parameters I can give you at this point. All right, with us for a short period of time is Commissioner Brian McCormack with the Department of Commerce and Insurance. He is What is your role? You're in charge of us, not really, you know?
Sure.
What-
I help oversee the administration of all the regulatory programs that are here, the professional licensure, non-health related legal teaching. That's what I always tell everybody. So,
Well, we're glad you're here. Do you have comments for us today? And make sure you speak in that microphone.
sure, I never speak loud enough in this thing. So I just wanted to say, come before you this morning, just particularly since we're starting with Executive Director Young's first day, or for at least first day as in the meeting setting. I'm really, really excited to kind of talk about that. But first, I just wanted to say, take a second to recognize Mallory Kirby. She has done a yeoman's job in the last couple months, really stepping in and helping run these meetings, keeping things on task, and I think in ways probably that you all haven't been able to see behind the scenes how hard she's worked to really make this happen. And it's been a very, very big help to me in ways that really aren't necessarily her job description. And so I think she has really, really stepped up in ways that I think I'll be forever grateful. And I think I hope that I wanted to make sure you all knew that. And so
Just a second.
Sure.
Thank you, Mallory. All right.
Well deserved. So, and the second thing is, I'm just really excited. I wanted to just say I've had an opportunity to work with Malcolm for a week, and as it is with anybody, you're always a little anxious on the first day, but I have been thrilled. I think you all have hit it out of the park with him, and I'm just excited to see the direction he's gonna help lead you in, and really I think is gonna make your lives easier. And I'm so much better than me as helping you with the administration of this program. So I think it's gonna be great. I know it was a little while for us to have that position not filled, but I think you're all gonna be really happy in the long term that you've waited to get him here. So just wanted to say that. I'm here, wanted to answer any other questions you had before I step back up. I'm always available, and we'll be here to continue to make sure things move forward with your program. But wanted to just kind of take a minute to recognize both of them moving forward.
Questions for Mr. McCormack? Okay, I'll ask you one. So, two things. Licensing, how's that going these days?
I think we've seen a pretty good turnaround in terms of where we are in terms of licensing. I think you're going to see a continued improvement in that process. We're really, I think we're moving most of the, as you know, we transitioned to a new licensing system, and I think most of the challenges that came with that, I think, are sort of moving out of the way. In fact, I think overall we've been very, very excited about the deployment within what we see is about 6 months of implementation of a pretty dramatic change across the division. I think we're seeing a really, really good system that's going to help move you into the future. And I think one of the things you're all going to talk about is the next phase of that, which will be online applications for initial applications. And I don't want to steal too much of Malcolm's conversation on that, but just to say that I think we're going to really start seeing the fruits of the system. And so I'll say that. And I think in terms of, I feel pretty good about the direction. I think Malcolm's only going to improve where you're going to be in regards to that.
And as far as personnel goes, are you speaking about that today, Malcolm, or do you have a comment, Brian, you want to make?
Yeah, I'm going to, I want to defer, I think, to Malcolm. I think it'll be good for you to hear from his perspective. I mean, I think we've really, I think we're moving in the right direction there. I think I'd love to hear his analysis on it, but I think you're going to be really satisfied with the direction of your staff, the size, and the responsibilities. And Malcolm's doing a really thorough, which is I think really good. He's doing really thorough evaluations of roles, of what's happening in the program. And so, like I said, I don't want to steal his conversation, but I think you'll be very, very satisfied in terms of where we're going. And I'll continue, the department will continue to support you all in the needs that you have there.
Ms. Hill?
The state website, is it running along? Are we having any more hiccups with that, or?
No, I think we'll, just in terms of talking about the website here, the across the board, the state government has made a change to the website, and so I think we're, that process is pretty well, I think, ironed out. I would, in terms of specific details on the website, I think we'll have, we'll continue to look and see if that's adequately updated and it reflect the information you need. But I think I mean, one, you're going to continue to see it. That is a state enterprise website, and so there's not a lot of adjustment that'll occur to it. But in terms of the details, I think that's another one of the things I know Malcolm's going to take a look at to make sure it's getting the content up that your licensees and you all need.
Other questions? All right, Commissioner, thanks for coming down. We're always glad to see you.
Great. Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank y'all, and thanks again for your service, and thanks for putting up with us in this time of without a director. And I'm so excited for Malcolm to be here. And but anytime y'all need, as always, please feel free to reach out to me if you have anything you need. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So at this time, Mr. Young, you've been referenced 2 or 3 times, but I want to ask you to introduce yourself formally because we are being recorded. You will find this meeting on YouTube in case you ever have the desire to go back and watch it. Okay.
If you don't get enough today.
It's that little camera in the back there, so it'll be in the back of your heads most of the time. But Malcolm, would you do us an honor and tell us a little bit about yourself and anything else
Sure.
you'd like us to know?
Okay, and do you want me to also include my executive director's report at this time?
That'd be great.
Okay,
Oh, well, no, not yet. We haven't, let's do this. All right, let's approve the minutes from last month's meeting. Is there a
We haven't
motion?
done the agenda yet.
Well, can I not approve the minutes first?
No.
Let's adopt the agenda for this month's meeting.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I got a motion by Commissioner Char, seconded by Commissioner McMullen, that the agenda as presented be adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Franks?
I would like to add something to the agenda,
Perfect, let's do it.
a discussion about the Bill Toon Education Award,
Okay.
please.
Where will we do that, Ms. Franks?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. All right, is there any objection to adding that topic to the agenda? All right,
Do we need to add the informal applicant that was not on the published agenda?
yes, please. Who is
Okay.
that?
We'll need to add Shamika Wiley.
What time is she scheduled to be
She
here?
is scheduled,
It's
10:15.
there.
yeah, 10:15.
Okay.
It's on, probably
it's
on the
on
one
the-
you have in front of you. It just wasn't on the one that was published.
All right, we'll add Ms. Wiley and her broker to the agenda scheduled at 10:15.
Do we need to remove Mr.
Yeah,
Harris?
do we need to remove Mr. Harris?
Let's leave.
Yes, he's going to be moved to the March agenda.
All right, so we're going to add Ms. Wiley, take off Mr. Harris. Any objection to those 3 amendments to the agenda? I sense none. Miss,
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you look like you're ready to talk.
Well, I don't think this needs to be an agenda change, but I just want to let you know, one of our litigating attorneys is going to come down 10:30, 10:45-ish to discuss a case with you that's on the legal report, and he has a conflict this afternoon, so he needed to come down this morning.
Okay, we'll pick that case out and handle it at that point.
Okay, yeah, that'd
Okay.
be great.
All right. You've heard the agenda, the motion to adopt the agenda. You've heard 3 amendments made to it. There's no objection to those amendments, so we'll incorporate them into the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes. Next, let's approve last month's minutes.
Motion to approve.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Franks, that the January minutes be adopted as presented to us. Is there discussion?
I can't second that.
No, I'll second it.
Mr. Chara seconded it.
I wasn't here.
Discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I need to abstain, I was absent.
Okay.
And me too.
All right, the motion, the vote is, what do we have here? 8 people to 6 ayes, 2 abstentions, no noes. All right. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Young.
We're going to change your name.
That's okay. Thank you very much. And it's such a pleasure being a part of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. And I'm now 1 week into the job, and I've definitely hit the ground running. Just a little bit of background for the audience and the commissioners. I have spent 30 years in the nonprofit real estate world, basically working with realtor organizations and also working with members of the public to make sure that it's a better place for consumers, licensees, and in facing the trends that we are faced with real estate. And that's certainly the commitment that I will continue to have with this Real Estate Commission, to make sure that the rules and the laws that we're abiding by to assist the consumers are also communicated to the licensees, and also addressing some of those trends that we're faced with these days with the changing world of real estate. And I'm looking forward to digging in and moving forward and working very closely with the commission to bring things up to date, and where we will be proactive to our constituencies. So thank you very much for your confidence in me in serving you as the executive director. So with that, I will move into my report. What I've done to help you as far as guiding you as far as what is taking place within the office of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission is each month I will be providing you with a written report. In this written report, I hope can also be published to the public, where they see what we're doing as far as the commission to help not only the consumer but the licensees. So I'll just kind of update this real quick. Brian referenced a platform called CORE, which is CORE, and it is the division's computer platform to unify a lot of the online licensing renewal process. And in fact, I guess I started at the right time, because I jumped in very quickly with this, and I just wanted to kind of give you updates on where we are on this. First of all, to be the goal of the administration is to have licensing and potentially renewals automated by June the 22nd, 2016. And saying that, Mallory and I will be discussing the law and the rules with you throughout the meeting today, because this will be something that we will be spending some time on to make sure that our laws and rules within the Real Estate Commission can embrace the goals of the administration. The other thing is, with the statistical reporting to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, those reports that you had seen in the past had basically been manually driven, and we were able within the week to work with the administration's IT people to actually bring you an automated statistical report at this meeting through the CORE platform. So I was very excited to be able to provide that with you, of something that was totally automated. In the past, this was taking somewhat of like probably 30 to 40 man hours of bringing you that report. And today, the report that you're seeing is a fully automated through the CORE platform. So it shows you the strength of what that program can do. The other thing that we're working on is the education reporting is not where we really are wanting it at this time. And the CORE IT staff have given us the commitment to provide us with education reports that will be helpful not only to the licensees accessing this, but it will also be helpful to you as well. Now, what I'd like to do is I'm going to skip through part of the report and come back to the law part, in the interim. I want to skip to page 2. I want to talk to you about customer service. This is a huge commitment by the administration, and also something that I am very, very focused on as your executive director. And I just wanted to highlight some of the activities that are taking place with the staff having to do with customer service. First of all, the administration, and this is with all the commissions that are underneath the administration, they are doing secret shoppers. And recently, our staff has been tested by the state on service to the consumers and the licensees with the results in customer service training. I will tell you that I have done 2 staff meetings in the last 2 weeks, and a part of those staff meetings is an area as far as customer service. We've also implemented a new protocol for licensees and visitors at the TREC office. Before, you basically came up to the office and you were basically greeted in a cubicle to transact your business. We have now converted a meeting room into what I call a processing room, where the licensees can go in an office with a staff member, with privacy. They can be able to transact their business in a friendlier, more customer-oriented atmosphere. Also, it says we have also been invited as commissioners and selected staff people to the Tennessee Association of Realtors March 22nd meeting, in which we would give an update to the Tennessee Association of Realtors. So now I'm going to skip on to the December financials. In highlighting this, I will tell you that as far as the expenditures for the month of December, that totaled $69,152. Combined with the payroll, that is $43,116, with a cumulative expense for the year of $509,457. The revenue for the month of December was $4,870, with a cumulative revenue of $24,320. And you have to also understand that we are just one of many commissions. That's just our dollars that are generated separately. The good news is there are no reportable variants to you for the month of December. As far as January statistical reports, you have a very detailed report in front of you. I'm not going to go into all the detail, but I think the most important thing is the tying to where are you with active licensees and where are you with firms. As far as active licensees, for 2016, you're at 28,984 as compared to this time in 2015 to 23,958. As far as firms, 2016 is reflective of 4,182 and 16 as compared to 15 of 3,835. I think that's great news for the industry, that it shows that Tennessee real estate is in a very, very strong position as far as growth of licensees. Also, with human resources and staffing that Brian alluded to, I am doing an individual staff assessment with each individual staff, what they do, the aptitude, suggestions on improving efficiencies with the job they perform is part of this assessment. And also what I will be doing in the end is realigning job functions with this. We are also cross-training the staff where there's a higher understanding of each other's roles with the TREC, and having the ability to answer questions of licensees, consumers, when the staff is called upon. Also, we are offering staff training through the online LinkedIn platform, and we have several staff people that are taking advantage of that. I also wanted to introduce to you, and I will go very fast, but there are several staff people in the room today as well as upstairs, but just making sure that you know who the staff people are. You have Shamika Owens as the administrative director, and I believe Shamika's in the back. Stand up, Shamika. She's kind of my right hand, great person that I've been working with the last 10 days. You have Ross White. We're glad that Ross is back with his health issues. We also have Betsy Bowman. Betsy, you back there? She probably left because I told her that I was going to recognize her today. Betsy has tendered her retirement notice, and she will be retiring in April, and she also has to have shoulder surgery. So I'm not sure she's going to be here for any of the other meetings because of her surgery, but I think it would be appropriate to give Betsy a round of applause because she has really been a great knowledge base for this commission. So Betsy, although you're not here, we're going to give you a round of applause. We also have Ahmad Lewis, that is the auditor of licensee accounts. You have Ken Spurlock, errors and omissions. You have Rachel Fowler, education auditor. Dennis Hodges, administrative. Brooke Wagner, that has been with us 2.5 weeks. She beat me by a week. Kimberly Dorse, processor. Sandra Smith, customer service. Alan Waddell, investigator. Mallory Kirby, which I could not have done this job the last 2 weeks without. Bill Huddleston, in charge of accounting. Kimberly Smith, liaison to the TREC commissioners. And Aaron Smith, your greeter and processor. So that's kind of the introduction of the staff. Also, Mr. John, we need to also talk about the Arello meetings, but that's a notation of future dates. What I would probably like to do, John, when we bring up the legal report, is bring up the rules and law having to do with the core platform, if that would be permissible with you. Thank you very much.
Well, wait a second. Now, there may be people who have questions for you.
Okay?
Questions?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Franks.
So I'm wondering, in the past, if someone calls in, they go to a,
Call center?
yes, a call center. And that call center is for not just the real estate commission, it's for several different
That's correct.
commissions, I suppose. I had an occasion in the past month to call that number to ask a question.
Were you a customer? Were you a secret shopper?
No, I wasn't. It was a real true question that, I mean, commissioners don't know everything. So I did make that call, and they couldn't answer the question. And I said, have I reached the call center? And they said yes. And so I said, okay, thank you. So there's I don't know. It's hard for those call center people to be answering real estate related questions. And especially if it goes to the law. So, and I know there's been other problems with that. So I'm wondering about what's the status of that. Will that continue, or will the questions go to our TREC office?
What we'll do is Jason is in charge of the call center. And we're working very closely with him right now. In fact, we actually had a tutorial with the staff and the call center staff Monday. I'm going to make a note of this and make sure that that's addressed, because I do think there's been a couple of other questions to make sure that it's appropriately handled. The process is if they don't have the answer, it's supposed to roll over into our staff, and they have a certain amount of time that they're to answer that question and get it back to the call center personnel to return that call to the people calling in. So
Those calls, are they taped, those calls, or? You know?
that I'm not sure of,
Okay.
but they are electronically communicated to our staff to be able to research and then get back to the person making that call in.
I also have had some instances where I've gotten calls after someone has called the call center and gotten some very bad advice, which was legal. They should not be answering legal questions there. To me, that should go to somebody that works in the office.
And Mr. Chair, I'll also make a note of that and look into it. So this is very helpful, since the call center is, something new that we're experiencing. So this is all great, helpful comments to make sure that we're working with this process.
Ms. Kirby.
I have been getting quite a few questions from the call center that have been referred to me, which is good. I mean, I think that's a good thing. So I know that that's at least somewhere down the line that's been communicated to them that it needs to be passed along, because I have been getting quite a few legal related questions, and also, well, since before Malcolm got here, all other questions as well. But so I know that that's part of the process implemented at IC. We just need to make sure that they are executing it the way that it's supposed to be. So.
Other questions or comments? So I have one question. Active licenses are up 20 to 25% 1 year. Is it from the same database, or are these two different databases from 1 year to the next? I mean, that's a huge jump, it seems to me.
It's, I mean, we double checked, but it's actually accurate because we did double check.
I was doing the same numbers again, because I was coming up with, that's about 418 new licensees a month is what that comes out to be. That's a lot. And I was trying to come out to a day, and, I'm thinking about 20 a day. I mean, you're having to input.
But I tell you what,
That's a lot.
we'll double check
Yeah.
to make sure that that's accurate, but
This is good.
I'm thinking just looking at national trends, that's probably fairly accurate.
Okay, one more question from my perspective. I asked Commissioner McCormack that, and he yielded to you. What do you think about the staff level at this point? Do you have enough people if they do their job correctly, or?
John, I'm right in the middle of my assessment, and I will definitely answer that question to you next month when I've completed the assessment, because also they're making adjustments within the administration of some people are being shifted that aren't totally committed to real estate. We will be sharing them with other divisions. And when I really have completed that assessment, I'll give y'all a complete report.
Other questions? So we'll come back to this report at the proper time.
Correct.
Are we gonna do a real now?
We can certainly do it.
We do have a 9:30 appearance, but
He's canceled, I understand.
no,
Michael
not the
Harris?
9:30. It was the 10 o'clock that canceled.
Oh, I don't,
We have the discussion of the vacation lodging application,
oh, okay, I wonder.
and their attorney is here to answer the questions about that. So.
All right, so I don't have any people's names, any person's name. Who should we identify?
Mr. Kleinfelter, you want to come on up? This is
Is it on our iPad, Mallory?
it's I have papers for you because I didn't have the information in time to upload it on the iPad, but we'll pass that around. You can sit anywhere up here.
As long as we can hear you.
I'm usually not hard to hear.
All right. Well,
So what we have is an application for a vacation lodging service, and Mr. Kleinfelter represents that company that's wanting to obtain a license for vacation lodging services. They are requesting, in lieu of an escrow account, they are requesting an equivalent security to be deposited. The statute provides a possible exception for an escrow account, but it's at the discretion of the commission, and the other two options are an irrevocable letter of credit or an equivalent security, both up to the commission to decide whether they want to accept either one of those instead of requiring the company to have an escrow account.
All right, so before we get started on this, we have new commissioners, we have a lot of people in the audience. Would you give us a basic outline of what a vacation lodging service is and does?
Sure. So a vacation lodging service, in a nutshell, is essentially kind of like something like VRBO or Airbnb, where a company is finding renters for property owners for their short-term rentals.
Would we find a lot of those in like Gatlinburg, Pigeon
We find a
Forge?
lot of them in Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge, out in East Tennessee. We're also starting to see a lot of them here in Nashville.
Airbnb fall into that category?
Of a vacation lodging service?
Yes.
Well, it would depend on, I think, Airbnb is generally, I think the owners are just using it as an advertising space. I don't think that they're actually contracting with Airbnb to rent the properties for them, but I'm not 100% sure how their business model is set up.
We'd like,
Hold that.
talk into that.
I'm David Kleinfelter, the law firm of Reno and Kavanaugh here in Nashville. And that's correct. I mean, there's really no regulation on a licensing level of what people normally think of as Airbnb. I've got a friend that rents his house in East Nashville, or actually rents a bedroom. For people that aren't really familiar with it, it's everything from renting one room in your house to renting out your whole house or your apartment. What Alfred's Away does, though, is a little different, and the reason they fall under the licensing is that they will lease up blocks of apartments, and particularly here in Nashville in the Gulch and those types of places, and then they release those units, which we have learned requires a license, either as a real estate license, or Tennessee does have the vacation lodging services license, which is really specifically for this and not the resale and other things, the many things that a real estate agent, a fully licensed real estate agent does. So the vacation lodging services, and I'm guessing it was put in effect a little while ago, back probably for things like Gatlinburg, because Airbnb's, 2 years old or something? Hadn't been around that long.
But your client, he leases, they lease a block of apartments, let's say, and
Right.
they sublease them on a short-term basis?
Right. They advertise them. What they primarily do is market it on Airbnb, and they may have it on their site. I frankly don't know. And they do that. They also do our particular client will do corporate. If my firm actually has an office in D.C., if we needed a place here, as opposed to staying in hotels, they may do a corporate, 30-day, 3-month. But it's the ability to take those, what we all think of as long-term lease apartments, and then lease them on short-term. Everything from, Airbnb's 1 day if you want it, or I think it has to be at least a day under Nashville's permit process anyway.
And is there a maximum?
Length of time? Mm-hmm. I don't think so. I suspect if they said they wanted a 1 year, the company might say you just want to rent an apartment.
Or would you consider that a vacation, 1 year?
It'd be nice. No, I don't know. I don't know if the vacation lodging services has a maximum or not.
It does. It's no
Oh.
more than 14 days.
Okay.
So is your client wanting to lease for longer than 14 days?
They might, but I guess the point would be they wouldn't be covered by the vacation license service, lodging services then.
Yeah, then they'd probably fall under an
Property management.
an actual real estate license.
Okay, well, I'll
that
have to
would fall
talk to them
under
about that.
property
Again,
management.
they're multi-state operations, so.
Are they already doing it now
They have. And
without a license?
We were notified, and we've been through the process, and we considered that issue. What we didn't want to do was to cut off people who were coming, customers, the consumers, and cut them off and basically tell them they didn't have a place to stay after all. So we've diligently pursued the licensing process, submitted everything, and we've actually submitted a response to the complaint that was also filed separately. So I understand it. This is about the application, and then that's a separate process.
And I will say, Mr. Kleinfelder did contact me as soon as the complaint was received and has been trying to, expedite the licensure process for the company. So that's kind of why we're here today, not necessarily for not necessarily approving a license for them, but to address this equivalent security issue.
All right, so now I understand the playing field a little bit. Now will you talk to us again about the request?
Sure. So the statute requires an escrow account like our other licensees have. It also provides for a possible exception to that the commission can choose to accept or not accept, and that those two options are either an irrevocable letter of credit from a bank or an equivalent security that the commission may deem acceptable. My understanding, you're requesting the equivalent security. Or is that what you've?
We would prefer the equivalent security, but since we did that initially, and we're told, frankly, it hasn't been done, we said, well, then we'll do the letter of credit, and I've at least submitted a quick draft of that.
Okay.
We would like to comply in any way possible, and when you're done, I can explain
Sure.
sort of why we need to.
So I've spoken to our administrative department that would, if the equivalent security was accepted, would be having to administrate it basically and handle the funds. And they have some concerns about just the administrative time and expense and, frankly, administrative burden of keeping track of keeping these funds, and then if the time came, distributing the funds, if necessary, if that ever came to be. We also have so let me just explain what you have in front of you. One of the pages that says Revenue Summary, Tennessee at the top. So the statute requires if they're going to request the equivalent security, it's supposed to be in the average monthly amount of the average monthly advance deposits for the company. So that chart that you're seeing there that has the total of $404,857 at the bottom, that turns out to be an average of about $135,000. So that's what you're seeing in that page. The other page that says equivalent security is their request for to accept an equivalent security in the amount of $94,500, which is 75% of those advanced monthly deposits. We also have a little bit of concern about only accepting if you were to accept this equivalent security of only accepting 75% and not the 100%, just as it lessens the protection to the public should the funds ever needed to be utilized. Now, the letter of credit is the other document you have. It's a draft of a letter of credit. Obviously, if you accepted these terms or whatever terms you wanted to change with it, it would have, this is not the official letter of credit. It would be then obtained by the bank with the terms on it. The letter of credit, I believe we may have some other companies that have that. I don't know. When I spoke with our director of accounting about it, we were mainly discussing the equivalent security interest because that's what I thought that they were requesting. And then we've had some talk about the letter of credit too. And the director of accounting is out today, so I didn't get to ask him this morning about those numbers, if we actually have any other companies that have those or not. We may. I know that we don't have any that have the equivalent securities right now. This would be the only, if you were to accept that, it would be the only one. So those are that's what you have in front of you. Those are kind of the department's views on it. The department is, like I said, fairly strongly advising against accepting an equivalent security just because of the administrative hardship and costs associated with it.
Commissioner Hills.
So if we were to accept this 94,000, which is sort of hard for me to wrap my arms around because we're a small company and many times we have way more than that of someone else's funds sitting in our escrow. And there it is, and it's not anyone's. So how, as this continues to go, would it ever change? If we were to accept this and this business bigger, is there a way to come back and revisit it? Is there a way they report it? Do we revisit it to be sure it is where this is 75% of what they're showing?
70%.
70% of what they're showing?
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
How would we know if it grows and should be 250,000 or something?
So the statute doesn't specifically provide for anything to specifically answer that question, and we don't have any rules specifically on it either. So, but I guess the commission could set forth any terms or conditions on it that you'd want.
Commissioner DeChara.
Well, I have some real concerns about 70% of the value. I mean, our job is to protect the consumer. So tomorrow they go belly up, and we've only protected 70% of those funds. I have some major concerns with that.
Mr. Franks.
Well, I think this is putting the cart before the horse in the first place. This is a company without a license. This is a company out of Spokane, Washington. I feel like we shouldn't even address any of this letter of credit until we have a licensee sitting before us who is under the statute to have an escrow account or not.
Well, we can't approve their license until they have
Right.
the escrow
So maybe
account.
they need to do that first.
Mr. Kleinfelter, maybe you'd like to answer that question. Why not an
Yeah, this
escrow
is a
account?
requirement of the application. So that is what we are attempting to complete the application, which they've been doing since the day they were notified. And in order to obtain the license, we must comply with your requirements under the statute. One of those requirements is to protect consumers, of course, to have the escrow account, or the legislature said that the commission has the authority And let me, if I may explain briefly why. This is a multi-state company coming, it's a new entity, as with many new industries, they first start up small and then then this is a larger national company. And their issue is that all of their money that they collect in these transactions across the country are kept in one pot, if you will. And there's no platform available. They've actually developed the software that's used by other companies that do the same business. And there is no software platform that allows the carving out of Tennessee escrow or Tennessee funds separately. So in order to, of course, again, the legislature in their wisdom said, well, we still want to protect the consumer. And so if you can't provide the escrow records, which shows that you're doing this, what you can do is provide security. Let me say that don't get caught up on the 70%. It just seemed to the internal accounting people at the company that the reason for that was upon 24 hours after a reservation is made, only 70% of the rental amount is refundable. So they were basing it on that. I can tell you they're happy to make it 100%. I can also tell you that they'd be happy, even though the statute doesn't say it, to say every 6 months you have to submit revised. With respect to the equivalent security, which I think of as a cash bond security, as opposed to the letter of credit, again, please don't hold it against us. It was in the statute. Therefore, it seems like it's something that ought to be at least available and to be considered. I used to work at Metro Planning for many years, where, as many of you know, there's bonding that goes on developments, and of course, contractors have bonds. And in most of those instances, they either provide a letter of credit, or we would frequently have developers that had the cash available. Just, if they had to have a bond of $250,000 for a sidewalk, instead of going through the letter of credit expense, and they would provide $250,000 that's kept and accounted for. I don't really know, but I suspect something like the Contractors Licensing Board, there are probably other boards who have accounting methods in place. It's certainly up to you to say, no, we're not going to utilize this provision that's in the statute, which as soon as I heard about the problem, that's why we then, as quickly as we could, tried to submit the letter of credit document. So I certainly understand the issue with the licensure. That's why we're asking for this, is in order to comply with the licensure. And really the only way that this company can, because of the fact that they're, and I do think that national companies are allowed in the market as well.
Thank you. Mr. Kleinfelter, has the prospective licensee completed all of the other requirements in order to be licensed besides this particular issue?
As soon as they immediately sent someone to be trained, they've submitted all the paperwork. Again, I understand it's a separate process, but Mallory may know. I mean, we've submitted it. I think maybe I didn't forward you a copy, but it has all been FedEx just the minute it was ready, which was last week.
I did check with TREC staff last week, and they didn't seem to indicate that the application was complete other than the escrow account information or the alternative option.
Mr. Kleinfelter, you indicated basically that with this company, all of these deposits that are paid by customers are kept in one pot somewhere. Is that based on some sort of financing arrangement that this company has? Maybe that their lender requires that?
What I've been told is it's based on the accounting program software. I mean, they don't just, they have a, as you might imagine, any large business like this has a specific accounting software and program that takes all of this and accounts for it that way. I don't want to represent it's in exactly one pot. It may well be between one or two accounts, but it's kept, I can't think of the right word, but all the states are together.
Sometimes a lender may require that to
Right.
perfect a security interest in accounts or things like that. Ms. Kirby, do you know, do we have other licensees, whether VLS or otherwise, who have letters of credit?
Letters of credit, that's what I was mentioning earlier about, I think we may have some with the letters of credit, not the equivalent security though.
Right.
But like I said, when I was talking to the accounting director the other day, we were really just addressing the equivalent security because that was what looked like it was going to be what they were requesting at that time. And he's out today, so I couldn't ask him this morning exactly how many we have and how many of them are with TREC or not. But I think we may have some. I don't know how many.
I think, Mr. Kleinfelter, I think you're correct. Some of the other boards and agencies within the state, I think, may accept cash bonds. I think possibly the Alcoholic Beverage Commission may accept a cash bond, but it may be done through the Department of Revenue. so that the
We're perfectly
ABC
happy.
may not have to actually hold that money, and maybe
Right.
the Department of Revenue that's holding the money. I certainly understand what you're trying to do here, and I think with our interest in consumer protection, I think this is the right thing to do. The cash bond actually takes one step out of it, and the state is actually holding the money, which I think is even more consumer protection than maybe having to go to a bank. Although I have no reason to question First Farmers and Merchants Bank, that they're a legitimate bank and that they will, if the state were to come and draw on the letter of credit, that they would pay on that draw. I know that, I'm not sure who drafted this, the letter of credit, whether it was you or maybe somebody at the bank or whatever, but I would want to maybe, before we actually approved it, recommend that Ms. Kirby or go back to some others within the state, or to look at other letters of credit that we use to be sure that we have the right terms in there, that in the event the letter of credit does have to be drawn, that we're able to draw on it without any sort of delay. But
Tried to prepare that. It was interesting. I sort of expected a list of requirements, but I basically tried to make it that if they owe money, the commission can, because the statute sets out what the commission can do. So we tried to lay it out that way.
I would be comfortable approving either a cash bond or a letter of credit on terms that were consistent with other terms that the state uses with licensees in similar situations. Maybe we don't have a lot of experience with VLS, but certainly I know the state does with other licensees in various areas. I would want it to be 100%, and I think you've said your client is comfortable with that. And I do agree with the issue of this being a growing business, and so I would like to be able to come back and revisit this. It sounds like that's something your client is willing to consent to. Maybe
I haven't discussed it, but I know they are, because
yeah.
I know the business is, they're frankly expecting it to double this year.
Sure, yeah, and with our interest in consumer protection, I would want us to make sure that there was enough credit there so that in the event something happened, that we would be able to, the state would be able to facilitate the repayment of deposits in that kind of situation.
Ms. Taylor?
I would just, after listening to Mr. McMullen, those, certainly your thoughts are better than mine, but I will say that. But I am also concerned about the 100%, and this is an out-of-town company that is growing. So I think it would be very hard for the Tennessee Real Estate Commission to keep a proper fund amount or paperwork involved in working with an equivalent security.
Equivalent security, I think, basically is this licensee depositing cash with the state. And then it's just a question of the amount. But if that's something that staff is concerned about, I certainly understand that. And, we don't want to have to reinvent the wheel here, basically. And so the letter of credit should work as well.
I think we were thinking cash sounds good. We figured that would be easier, but once we understood it's not, we're, again, happy to use the letter of credit.
Okay,
So
Ms.
are you
Hills?
willing to defer this today?
We'd really rather, we would ask that the commission approve you said 100%. I would recommend something like a 6-month updating process. And because of the fact that they either have to cut off people or continue to operate without a license. If this is approved, it sounds like the license is ready to be approved.
We don't usually accommodate unlicensed realtors, though, is the problem. That's the problem that I have with this. I think there's, this is a company in Spokane, Washington. You couldn't get any further from us. I understand the letter of credits and the 100%, but how do we keep up with it? How do we know? He says it's doubling the business. So I would like to make a motion that we deny the request.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. Is there a second to Ms. Frank's motion to deny the request? All right, the chair is going to rule that that motion dies for lack of a second. Let me go. Ms. Kirby, do you have something pertinent to that motion?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Horn.
Yes, I probably not as versed as some people with this, but however, I think when they put the escrow in account, that's something that's tangible that they can get their hands on at the company defunct. But a letter of credit. If the company decides to go out of business, take everything we got and run, and all we got is a letter of credit. I don't, maybe I'm not understanding the power of a letter of credit, but especially when somebody is trying to grow, double, triple, they may overstep their bounds. And then if they did, the first thing they want to do is to pick up the pieces and cut their losses. And I think if all he had was a letter, then it would be simple, just not pay the bank anymore, bank not pay us, et cetera. So I don't know, I'm just looking at it. You could bring me up to speed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. McMullen.
it might be beneficial just to explain what a letter of credit is. And it is an obligation of a bank to pay a certain amount of money. So in this instance, I think they're working with First Farmers and Merchants Bank, which is a bank here in Nashville. And it would be, what they're proposing is it would be an obligation of First Farmers and Merchants Bank to the Real Estate Commission to pay a certain amount of money. And we're talking about, I think, $135,000 is 100%. So it wouldn't be the company's obligation anymore. It would now be the bank's obligation. And I'm sure the company is going to pay the bank a certain amount of money for the bank being on the hook for this amount of money. But if the company cut and run and took all the money with them, the Real Estate Commission would still be able to go to the bank, and the bank would be obligated to pay the money to the Real Estate Commission.
And then the bank would have to pursue who they wrote the letter for.
I should have mentioned with respect to the bank, just for what it's worth category, I represent Village Real Estate as well, and I asked them for a reference of who they thought would be highly able to handle the letter of credit. That's why we were using that bank.
And the statute says that a letter of credit is allowed if it's with a state or national bank or state federal, a state or national bank or state or federal savings and loan association with its principal office in Tennessee, or any state or national bank or state or federal savings and loan association that has its principal office outside the state and maintains one or more branches in the state that are authorized to accept federally insured deposits. So that sets out the universe of banks that can provide letters of credit under the statute.
Ms. Hills.
My concern still is that this is new, so we just have a couple months, as does the company, have a couple months to look at it, expecting to grow, as all companies do expect to grow. But the burden, I think, approving it comes on us to then check back with them or predict a time that they are to submit something back to us. And that's my concern, is that we would be putting the burden on ourselves, or on the commission, to be following up versus the other way around. And I'm looking for a way to alleviate that.
Ms. Kirby.
And that's one of the reasons why the department advises strongly against accepting the equivalent security for the initial purpose of having to take this money and account for it, and the administrative labor and costs involved in that. But also, like you're saying, if we have to keep re-looking at this every 6 months, that just adds another layer to it. The irrevocable letter of credit, between the two of those, would be the preference. I mean, obviously the escrow account is the main preference, but if between the two of those, that would be the department's what they would advise.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Of the letter of credit, how would you, since they're a new company, and they're at $135,000, would we ask for something greater than that, or would they have to keep upping the letter of credit? How would that work?
Well, the statute says the average of the advanced monthly deposits, so that would go off of the numbers that they have now that they've presented with us. They have to prove the letter of credit, submit satisfactory proof of it each year. But the statute doesn't say that the amount has to be reevaluated, just that the letter of credit, proof of that the letter of credit still stands would have to be submitted each year. Again, that may be something that the commission could require as terms of the letter of credit, is to reevaluate the amount each year.
Mr. Kleinfelter, so could you tell me a little bit more about the applicant?
It is based in Spokane, Washington. They have, and sort of the cities you'd expect, Nashville being one of them, it's Washington, D.C., and Seattle, because that's nearby to them, San Francisco, and here they're expanding their business. And again, it's much like a lot of businesses where locally you might have someone doing it, and then this is what national businesses do. They find a business model, and so I don't know the numbers. I just know that it was many millions of dollars last year. I frankly didn't ask if I was allowed to disclose. They've told me the number, but I don't know if I can say, and because I don't think they're not a publicly held company. But they've come to Tennessee. They did properly register their LLC in Tennessee. Apparently, in most states, they actually even start a separate entity in that state. Here, it's just a registration of the Washington entity. But they are very. They came to me. Not from Spokane. They came to me kind of out of the blue as a client, and I've worked with them extensively at this point. Frankly, we initially came in because some of you may know from Nashville. I don't know if we have anybody from Nashville, but we have a short-term rental permitting process that went through quite a bit of legislative consideration here on how can these units be done. Much more controversial, of course, in residential neighborhoods, but they actually worked with the council, Metro Council here, on trying to work that statute out to where short-term rental permits could be done. So I was hired for that process. I actually used to be involved in Metro government, and so I was helping there, and then as soon as we got notified, we proceeded with this process.
It seems to me that your client would prefer a letter of credit as opposed to tying up a whole bunch of capital if they're in a growth mode, which is the equivalency deposit.
But little I know about this business is, frankly, it's mostly just having thought about it on my own. They don't need a lot of capital. They don't build buildings. They don't own buildings. So I think, and they were very clear that they could do it. But I want to we're happy with the letter of credit. We just want to be able to comply in good faith with all the license requirements, and we're glad to do the letter of credit. Been working with a guy, Rory Mallard at First Farmers, and he's ready as soon as it's understood what to do.
And do we have any proof that the $135,000 is a true number? Do we have any bookkeeping that shows, or could it be less or could it be more?
I think the commission has discretion of making that suggestion a letter of credit in just about any amount we wanted to.
Well, if it's based on their monthly deposits in Tennessee, and if they think they're going to double, at what point? He said revisit in 6 months. What if they double in 2 months, and we still have just the $135,000?
Well, it cuts both ways. What if business decreases?
Well, I'm not worried about whether their business decreases. I'm worried about the public and the funds that they would get back. That's my worry, is the public.
All right, Commissioner McMullen, have you given any more thought to this? Prepared to make a motion?
Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion, and we might have to work on it a little bit.
That's okay.
but
We'll have something to talk about at that point.
I move that we authorize the submission of a letter of credit by Stay Alfred in an amount equal to the average monthly deposits that they receive, 100%, with the letter of credit to be reviewed and approved by TREC legal counsel before final approval, and that we further require Stay Alfred to provide to TREC a monthly accounting of its deposits, and that in 6 months' time, the amount of the letter of credit be increased if necessary as those average monthly deposits increase.
Is there a second to that
Second.
motion? Second by Commissioner Hills. Now that motion is on the floor for discussion.
Is that,
Ms.
I have
Taylor.
a question of the motion. Is that to be reviewed every 6 months from now on, or is it in perpetuity or whatever.
How long is the license for? 1 year, 2 years?
Let's see.
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
So I guess this would just be for this 2-year period, and then if whenever they go to reapply, they may have to do a new letter of credit or what. I guess we could do whatever conditions at that time.
Could we put would you add to your amendment that when the license is renewed, that this would have to be reviewed, the letter of credit?
Yeah, I would accept that amendment.
You say that again?
When their license is renewed, that we would look at their letters of credit the way that it was reviewed again at that time.
So they'll have 2 years?
No, they're going to be looked at for 2 years. When the license is renewed, then we will look at the way it has worked and
Yeah, the 6 months I think we're talking about would be to evaluate the amount of the letter of credit and increase it as necessary if the deposits are increasing. But at the end of the 2 years, what you're talking about is to reevaluate the whole letter of credit approach, and I'm comfortable with that, and I would accept that amendment.
So that amendment is in front of us. Is there a discussion on the amendment to reevaluate our commitment today in 2 years? Mr. Wood?
I would, I've read the statute here. I would have been more comfortable instead of if it was just the monthly amount, if it would have been maybe like 1.5 times the monthly amount. And my thought process is, if you don't have this letter of credit and we just don't allow anything, then you will have to operate, I'm going to say like a more traditional company, and you'll have to get a deposit. For everybody you get a deposit, you got to account for it. I mean, and that would be a couple full-time jobs for people to do that. And so you're not going to have to do that. So that's why I think in return the numbers should be higher than the monthly amount. Not the same, but I think the statute said the monthly amount, if I read that right. And so I think the 6 months is trying to, let's make sure our monthly amount's correct. Okay, so that's one issue. The other issue I'm trying to get my hands around, if I feel good about letter of credit, I think, and I think Commissioner Hills was talking about, could that be a concern? I think actually in some respect, if we're going to protect the public, the letter of credit is actually better, because we know that if we had to, I mean, we've had people come before us that had an escrow account, but when it come time to need the money, it was not there. But in a letter of credit situation, as long as that bank is there, we're good. Okay, we get our money. So
Commissioner, did you want to offer an amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
I think the statute said it's equivalent to the rental amount or the monthly amount.
Or less, but I don't think it can be more.
Okay.
You also
Thank
need
you.
a second.
Pardon me?
You need a second?
No.
Got it down there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Diane, all right.
Yeah, I got Diane's. Yes, Ms. Kirby.
I would say that if the commission is going to authorize conditions to be put on the letter of credit, you also need to determine what happens if they don't, what happens if, based on what we find from those letters of credit, if they don't give us the information in 6 months, then what? Do we suspend the license? What do we do?
You're
If
looking for a
they,
trigger.
right, if we get to 2 years and they, if every 6 months we look at the numbers that let's say they do give us the information, we do look at the numbers, they're way more than this initial letter of credit, then what? Do we have them get a different letter of credit? If we're going to set conditions, we need to determine what's going to happen if the conditions are met, not met, all those different scenarios.
Let's do this. Commissioner McMullen, your motion is on the floor with conditions. One is that it's 100% of deposits. Two, that it's reviewed every 6 months, or they provide data. Was it on a monthly basis or
Right.
monthly?
Monthly.
And who are they
Monthly basis.
providing that to?
TREC.
TREC. Okay, and then at 6 months, the letter of credit is modified to reflect additional deposits? Is that's
If necessary,
If
if the
necessary.
average amount is increasing, then they have to increase the letter of credit accordingly.
Third condition I wrote down was at the end of 2 years, at the end of their licensing period, the entire concept of security would be reevaluated. Are those the three conditions that are in front
I
of?
think that's right.
All right, so if those are the conditions, I'll start with you. What happens if they fail to meet any of these conditions?
I would think that we could suspend the license. I think we've had instances before where we've had like emergency suspensions and things like that have occurred. And I would have to dig around in the statute, and somebody else may be more familiar with it than me. But I think we have the authority to suspend a license on an emergency basis, and I think that's what we would do if they refuse to provide the information or they refuse to increase it. In 6 months, if we looked at it and said, well, you need to increase it, and if they don't do that, then I think they should be suspended.
In a case like that, you'd expect TREC staff to come to commission at a meeting and say they haven't done it, put it on
Right.
the agenda, and let's.
Right.
So
let's do it.
every month, TREC staff is
six-
going to have to go over this, and who's that staff person going to be to do that? And
Every
It's a
month
big
they
can
get
of worms.
every month they get information, and at the 6 month period is when you look at it and see if it needs to be increased. We have an auditor. I think information can go to the auditor.
Is there a way to
Ms. Kirby,
flag
let-
it
let me-
though?
like a- You have a response?
I would also maybe suggest that we put the burden on the licensee to provide the information because, I mean, Malcolm and I don't think want to take on the responsibility of having to contact them every month and make sure they send us their information.
That was part of, if I didn't say that clearly enough, that certainly was my intent with my motion, was that the licensee has to provide this information.
That we won't ask for it or give a notice that it needs to be submitted.
Certainly understand that, and you can put it in the minutes or whatever. We definitely understand that.
Especially if we keep getting more of these, then we're going to have all them. I mean, now we will just have the one, but I don't know if it'll just, if this is a growing business like it sounds like it might be, we don't want to have to keep track of all these account information coming into us every month and then reviewing it all every
Pandora's
6.
box that we're opening here today.
Ms. Taylor?
I misunderstood something in your motion. You said every month and then 6 months. I thought it was and then each 6 months until the 2 years.
My intent was that they would provide the information every month.
Every month, but we would look at it in 6 months.
Right, in six-
But not each 6 months until the 2-year period. That's where I misunderstood.
Each 6 months.
I intended every 6 months for
Okay.
2 years, because
All right.
if they don't grow in the first 6 months, but then they start growing from month 7 to 12, I still want to be able to capture that and protect the public for that amount.
I thought I heard it the first time, and the second
Yeah.
time I didn't hear it.
All right, other discussion. So I'm going to try to summarize the motion that's on the floor, made by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Hill. This commission will be comfortable with an irrevocable letter of credit for 100% of the deposits. Is 100% of the deposits on account, or is that an average of the 6 months?
The statute says average advanced monthly deposits.
Okay, so we need a letter of credit for 100% of those average monthly deposits that the licensee will, on a monthly basis, submit to TREC staff what those deposits are. At the end of each 6-month period during the first 2 years of this license, the deposits will be evaluated, and if the deposits have increased, then the letter of credit will increase by the same amount. At the end of 2 years, or when their license comes back up for renewal, we'll take a look at this process to see if we're still comfortable with it. And that the letter of credit has to be approved by TREC staff to make sure its form and substance matches state requirements. That's the motion I have on the floor.
And if the licensee doesn't comply with any of those, then its license is subject to being suspended immediately.
Understood. All right.
So can I ask, so was
Sure.
there a complaint filed that they were unlicensed? Okay. And so did we hear that, not knowing who they were? Has that come before us?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
which is why I didn't mention it to you, but he mentioned it, so.
And it still is being investigated and could come before us. Is that right, Ms. Kirby?
It has to come before you, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it will. I think it's a fairly new complaint, so hasn't made it on the report yet, but.
All right. Other questions?
Question of
Commissioner.
information,
Yes, sir.
and that is, why are we doing all of this when we have a escrow already lined out? I mean, it's got to be some reason we're doing it. I want to know why.
Licensees requested that in lieu of an escrow account, they can use an alternative method to secure those deposits. Their accounting practice, because they're a national company, doesn't allow for an escrow account to be set up in each state, is what I understand.
In other words, they can't set up an escrow.
They just don't want to.
And the statute allows them to do this.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen.
If we say no, I don't know if they may be able to go and get us overturned by relying on the statute. So I think we have to comply with the statute.
It doesn't say we have to, though.
Nope. You
It
certainly,
says that they can be exempt from the escrow requirement by submitting a letter of credit.
May be exempt.
May.
all right, we can discuss that all we want to, or we can vote and see how the vote comes out, and then we'll know whether we need to discuss it some more. All right, the motion is on the floor. Is there further discussion? All right, Mr.
Roll call vote, please.
Yeah, I was going to. Mr. Young, if you'll do us the service of a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the motion, you vote yes. If you're opposed, you'll vote no.
Janet DeChera,
Yes.
Marcia Franks,
No.
John Grease.
Yes.
Diane Hills,
Yes.
Johnny Horn,
No.
Austin McMullen,
Yes.
Fontaine Taylor,
Yes.
Bobby Wood.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kleinfelter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate, I know plowing new ground can be hard when any kind of new industry rears its head, but I appreciate your accommodating.
What's harder is if your client doesn't cooperate and work with us, okay? That's what puts us in new ground, too.
I hope I made clear that we're trying everything we can to do so.
Thank you. To the audience, you might think this discussion took a lot longer than it should, but you need to be aware that this commission, as all commissions with the Department of Commerce and Insurance, are under the Sunshine Law, which means we can't discuss any of this beforehand. As a matter of fact, we really had very little knowledge of this topic at all until we got here this morning. So bear with us as we go through the rest of the day. Mr. Young, would you introduce Betsy real quick, since she made the mistake of walking in here?
Absolutely. Yes. Betsy, you missed some of the staff introductions, and you missed your
Applause.
minute in the
Wow.
sun. Speaking of sunshine laws, but we wanted to give you a round of applause for the service that you have given to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, with you looking at retirement in the next couple of months. So we're going to give you a round of applause with you here now. So thank you very much for your service to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission.
And I think during the last
Thank you,
discussion,
Betsy.
there were some people who came in that may not have signed in.
All
Just
right.
to make sure everybody knows to do that.
So we're going to take a break here in just a second. A couple of things I should have mentioned before. I hope you signed in when you came in. When you go for lunch, you need to initial on the way out, you need to initial on the way back in, and then you need to sign at the end of the day. With that said, we're taking a 10-minute break. Hurry back, please.
Oh, thank you.
All right, if everyone would be seated.
I want to see Fontaine do a dance.
We all can do a dance.
Well, at this time, I'd like to ask that Chris Sexton, Governmental Affairs Director for the Tennessee Association of Realtors, approach the podium. Before you say anything, many of you recall in your licensing that there's a difference between the Tennessee Real Estate Commission and the Tennessee Association of Realtors. This commission looks out for customers and the public, and the Tennessee Association of Realtors looks out for its members primarily. Is that right, Mr. Sexton?
Not entirely. Chris Sexton with the Tennessee Association of Realtors. We are absolute the number one advocate for personal property rights in the state of Tennessee and as realtors in the nation as well. I would like to add that, if I could, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you. We have given you guys all an updated copy of the Tennessee Real Estate Manual. It contains the laws and the regulations that you all pass. And I will have to say that this is from, I got to give a lot of credit to Steve McDonald for putting this together. He's our education director and formerly with the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, and we only steal from the best. So I got to give him a lot of credit, but these books will be available. A lot of people consider this, you know, the real estate manual, the Bible. I mean, there's dog-eared notes, Post-it notes. I've seen it all across the state with everybody, with every real estate member that has this book. Before it was the green book. I think it was going to be the pink book at one point. It's been orange, red, all sorts of colors. I don't know. It's before my time. But we now have the blue book for you, and we are happy to give it to you, and we are excited to be able to provide this to all licensees across the state based off of tarnet.com.
So, Mr. Sexton, we appreciate the gesture. Is it your representation that everything in this book is correct, up to date? I mean, since we didn't put it out as.
I'm going to have to stand up here and say.
This is our attorney. One of our attorneys.
Leave the fifth here.
It's done in conjunction with LexisNexis, so if LexisNexis put in the corrected, accurate information, then yes, it is.
So that's a no answer, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Attorney speak.
I bet Austin understood it.
All right, well, we appreciate the gesture. I know licensees across the state will appreciate it. The caveat is it's not an official publication of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Is that correct, Ms. Kirby?
That is correct. It has not been reviewed by TREC counsel. I'm not implying that there's anything wrong in it, but that's just a disclaimer that it's not put out by TREC and it hasn't been reviewed by us.
It's good.
And where can our other realtors get these books?
They can go on to tarnet.com. We are working on a promo code that's going to offer free shipping.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So we'll have that up here shortly, hopefully within the week. Again, Steve McDonald with the Tennessee Association of Realtors has done a great job with everything, and we are all very excited to offer this service.
We knew we needed it, didn't you, Steve?
It's been 8
That's
years.
Steve back there. Let's give him a round of applause for TAR.
Commissioner Taylor.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. And TAR has done a fantastic job in answering the needs of the realtors in the state of Tennessee. And this is one more example, and I appreciate you and everyone at TAR for this. This is amazing. Thank you.
All right.
And we always look forward to working together whenever we can do something for the betterment of the public and our licensees across the state.
Other gushing, anything else anybody else wants to say?
But you're
Thank
going
you,
to charge
Chris.
for these, aren't they? Okay, I'm just,
What's the price? Do you know
Do you know?
yet?
I think it's $31.50.
okay.
But now does that include an online version too, or is that just a printed copy?
Well,
Chris?
the code is online, and you can get it, you can access it through TREC's website, frankly, and that's honestly how I do it more often than not. I always go to my green book before. Now I go to my blue book, but it's online. The link, it's on our website right now. It's on TREC's website as well. So updated, and it's updated. It's real time.
Chris, I'm like everybody else. I mean, I was giddy from the first time I heard y'all did it, and actually, I think I told y'all before you came in here today, and we were looking at our 8-year-old book right here, and I go, TAR is working on a book, and I'm glad. I appreciate y'all doing this.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sexton, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, and we look forward to
Thank you,
seeing you
Steve.
at our spring conference.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Steve.
All right, back to the agenda. We have 2 items on the agenda today referred to as informal appearances. And informal appearances are necessary because people have items in their past that create a problem getting a real estate license. Unless they come before us, explain it, we think it's satisfactory enough explanation that we allow them to go forward. So the first applicant that I have today is Shamika Wiley. Are you here today? All right, ma'am, if you'll come forward, and you need to bring a principal broker, Linda Pennington, with you, and I see she's coming from the back. Before you both sit down, the law director will ask you to swear to tell the truth, okay? And if you want to answer yes, please do so, and then be seated after that.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. Ms. Wiley intends to apply for an affiliate broker's license. Linda Jordan Pennington was first licensed in April of 2000 and became a broker in October of 2004 and principal broker of Dream Team Green Hills, LLC, DBA Keller Williams, effective June 10th, 2013. Ms. Pennington is principal broker of 2 firms, Dream Team Green Hills, LLC, DBA Keller Williams Realty, and Armstrong Real Estate, DBA Armstrong Real Estate, with Keller Williams, and is responsible for supervising 169 affiliate brokers and 12 brokers. There is 1 complaint against Ms. Pennington that was closed with a consent order for $1,000 for failure to supervise in December of 2014. And the firm is, like I said, Dream Team Green Hills, LLC, DBA Keller Williams Realty. Ms. Wiley was convicted of introducing a controlled substance into a penal institution, a felony, in December of 2001 and again in October of 2002. Ms. Wiley was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Ms. Wiley's report returned an additional arrest for the same charge in January of 2003. However, Ms. Wiley states that this is incorrect and she was serving her sentence at this time. Ms. Wiley states that she was in prison from October of 2002 until November of 2004. And her statement and letters of recommendation can be found on your iPads.
All right, Ms. Wiley, so our counsel went through that pretty quickly. Would you like to give it to us in your words? Let us know what happened. Please, you must speak into that microphone. You've got to go to it.
Hello?
You don't have to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, in 2000, I did make a bad decision. My cousins are incarcerated, and they asked me to bring in some marijuana to them to help them because in prison you can make money from it, to get money to get a lawyer for their appeal. And of course that sounds very crazy, but at the time I was thinking, well, okay, maybe I could help. But of course I didn't know what I was doing and got called. And then I have another cousin that is in there as well, and he was trying to tell me how to do it. So I was dumb enough to try it again and got caught again. And they're like, okay, well, now you're going to prison. So trust me, after doing that, you know, I don't regret being in prison because once I was there, my mom was like, you know, read the Bible, get to know God, you know, and I actually did, and it has changed my whole way of thinking. So however I was thinking and living in the past, that was then, but ever since then, I haven't done a thing wrong, nothing. I've married a deacon, I've got 2 kids, I'm in college. I'm just trying to make a life for myself now, and I've been a stay-home mom for like 6 years, and I'm like, okay, now it's time to get out the house. But of course, now I have a conviction, and I'm thinking, okay, well, now nobody's gonna hurt me because now I have a record, and I love going into sales because that's what I was doing at first. And so now I have a passion for selling houses, but they said now I have to come to do this before I can even try to sell a house because of my mistakes in the past. So, yeah, that was pretty dumb what I did, but trust me, I haven't harmed anybody. I haven't assaulted nobody. I haven't stolen from nobody. I really am a good person. I have recommendations from people that's councilmen, that's attorneys. I mean, I am a good person. I'm a Sunday school teacher, a choir. I mean, I really have changed my life. I mean, that was 16 years ago, and now it's a totally whole different story. I just need a chance to just start over, basically.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Are there questions for Ms. Wiley?
What do you want to be in the real estate business? Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
Why real estate?
Well, I'm going to be honest, I don't know really a lot about real estate, but I do know about sales. I've always been like a telemarketer, and I've been like always top of the company and having to train other people. So I know I'm a good salesperson, and I was thinking, well, why not sell houses, instead of this just selling little penny ante stuff. I'd rather get into selling houses, helping people get in homes, and then I can even make more money. And plus, but I don't know anything about it, but they say they teach me, but that's just what I want to do.
And so have you taken the classes already?
No, they said it's no sense in spending money on classes until I can see if I can get approved first, because if you all say no and I've spent all that money on classes, then it would just be like a waste of money.
Other questions? Ms. Hills?
And how long were you in prison?
For 2 years. I finished, they gave me a 3-year sentence, and I did 2 of it and flattened my sentence.
And you got out in '04?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in '05 was when you were driving without a license?
Yeah, because before I went in, I didn't have any license, and when I got out, I didn't have money, couldn't get a job, so I was still driving with no license. But after they pulled me over and was like, you're going to court and possibly jail again, I paid all my fines, and I got my cousin them to help me, and I got my license, and never had that problem again.
Tell us what you know about Miss Pennington and why you chose her firm.
Well, actually, their firm is a very good firm. I kind of Googled and was looking around for different places to, possibly go into it. I took a training class there, and I met a lot of nice people, and I just felt that vibe that, that somewhere where I would want to be. And I just asked her to show me the way, what to do.
The questions, Ms. Wiley. Commissioner Horn.
I'm sorry to hear the bad choices that came your way, but however, I got a couple questions. The first time I could probably see that. Well, the second time I have trouble with it, and I'm sure you did too, but all your fines and assessments all been paid, is that right?
That's correct.
So you don't have to worry about that coming up so much.
Has anything to do.
Have you considered getting your record expunged?
Well, I did, but they said since I did it a second time that I couldn't. The first time I probably could have, but since I did it again, it's something about having 2 on there, and I don't know how that works. I wish I could. If it's some way that I can, I would love to do that. But when I asked, a few people, they was like, since I had the second one, that it had to be on there. But if you all know how I can get it expunged, I would love to get it off of there.
You have on here let's see, what is this? The application that you filled out, that it shows three convictions.
I was driving on suspended license.
Oh, okay.
Other questions for Ms. Wiley?
I have one.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Who's the legendary Grand Ole Opry member?
Oh, my great-grandfather's D. Fort Bailey. He was the first black on the Grand Ole Opry. He's in the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Other
See,
questions?
we do read these things.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go to Ms. Pennington. If you would, Ms. Pennington, tell us why you're interested in this lady as a potential licensee at your firm.
I think she's a wonderful person and she'll do well. I am concerned, I didn't know there was 2 convictions, and I didn't know about the driving without a license, and I do not want to be the broker to supervise. Had I known these, we would not be here, and I apologize for your time. I think she's come a long way, and I think she's a wonderful person, but she didn't tell me all of it. And I take this very seriously, and Shamika, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this.
What, but I had it on my application that
You just said one. I didn't see the two driver's license.
So that's
action.
a discussion for you two to have. Doesn't need to be heard here.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That this
This is the
disturbs me.
first time we've had this happen, by the way, that I'm familiar with.
I thought she knew. I didn't.
So regardless, Ms.
All right.
Wiley, if she says she
Okay.
doesn't want to be a broker,
Okay.
that's her decision.
Okay.
So I don't know that a motion is necessary. I think we'll move on with the agenda.
I apologize.
And Ms. Wiley, I hope you find another broker and come back and see us, because I think this commission will be
I
sympathetic.
didn't know that. I thought, I seriously
I'm-
thought you
yeah,
knew. That's,
I'm
or I
sorry.
wouldn't have came. I didn't know.
This is too serious, and I take this very seriously.
Certainly, you're right, absolutely.
I have a question, though. I didn't know that she didn't know, but if I find another broker that would like to support me, is this, I just don't want to waste my time and come back and I already know that, if it's something that I can still get my license with?
Come back and see us. We
Okay.
can't make you any promises. We can't make you feel good or bad about today. We need to know the package, you and your broker. We've got to talk to both of them. Okay? That's all right, thank you.
Just contact us when you are ready to reappear.
All right, Ms. Kirby, I see you have a staff attorney in place here.
Yes.
Let's go to that. Would you tell me the attorney's name? I should know it.
Yes, this is Denard Mickens. He's one of our litigating attorneys. I don't think he's done a hearing in front of you all before, but he may have come. I think he came and discussed a case maybe a few months ago.
We've seen him before.
He's kind of sort of new.
I'll go ahead and just read this. This is fairly short.
Is it on our,
It's on the legal report.
It's on the legal report. Let me just tell the audience that we're skipping around the agenda for a moment here. People file complaints all the time. They come to staff reviews them. Eventually, and you'll hear this afternoon, they'll make recommendations to us what should happen with those complaints. In this particular case, is it a little more complicated than that? Or we normally don't have a staff attorney come down and meet with us. So
It's not really that it's more complicated. It's just that this is one that has been referred to litigation, and some circumstances have changed with the respondent that we wanted you to be brought to your attention before and have you decide how you want to address this case.
at this point, have we heard this before?
You have.
is it the first one on our legal
It
report?
is. It was
now?
presented in August of 14.
Okay, thank you.
So this is 2014-006332. The following was presented at the August 2014 meeting. The complainant states that Respondent 2 listed complainant's home after the parties discussed the property and items which needed cleaning and repairing. Complainant alleges that Respondent 2 assured complainant that Respondent 2 would video record evidence of damage done by previous tenants, ensure that repair, maintenance, and cleaning was done, and would appear as an expert witness in the lawsuit discussed in complaint 2014-006311. Complainant states that an invoice for repairs was paid by complainant, but the repairs promised were not made and the property was not prepared correctly for listing. Complainant alleges that Respondent 2 promised to forward a listing agreement for the property, but this was never received. Complainant states that the property was listed on the MLS by Respondent's firm, and Complainant alleges that Respondent stated there was an interest in the home and the property was being shown. Complainant alleges that in lieu of a listing agreement for sale of property, Respondent 2 forwarded a proposal to become property manager, listing agent, and purchase the property with early occupancy. Complainant states that Respondent 2 sent a proposed lease agreement for monthly payments for a period not to exceed 3 years, with a balloon payment for the balance of the purchase price. Complainant alleges that soon after the MLS was canceled, complainant states that Respondent 2 moved in the property with small children without authority prior to period in the agreement. Complainant further alleges that damage was incurred and Respondent 2 refused to meet with a new agent to turn over the keys after failing to provide monthly installments per the contract. Complainant alleges Respondent 2 later abandoned the home and left it in an awful condition. With regard to Respondent 2, it appears that there are issues failing to disclose Respondent 2's true position. 6213-312B18, improper, fraudulent, and dishonest dealing. 6213-312B20. There also appears to be a failure to disclose a personal interest, 6213-4037A, and Rule 1260-02-.11. The failure to secure the signed listing agreement appears to be a failure to diligently exercise reasonable skill and care, which is 6213-4031, and the MLS listing states that respondent is the listing agent appears to be misleading or untruthful advertising, 6213-312B4. Finally, respondent 2 failed to respond to the complaint, 6213-313A2, and has not taken administrative measures for the transfer or retirement of respondent 2's license, which is 6213-312B16, and Rule 1260-02-.022. The original recommendation was a consent order for $4,000 for those violations, plus attendance by respondent 2 at one entire regularly scheduled meeting of the commission within 180 days of respondent 2's execution of the consent order. The decision was the commission voted to authorize as to respondent 2 a consent order for $8,000 for the violations listed, plus the meeting requirement. The update is that litigation counsel for the department filed a notice of hearing and charges with the APD setting a hearing before the commission for April 7th. Respondent, through counsel, has entered into settlement negotiations with the department in order to settle the case without a formal hearing. Respondent's situation has changed substantially. Respondent has left the real estate industry entirely. His broker's license expired on 12/2/15. Respondent has offered to voluntarily surrender his license and enter into a written agreement under which he will never again seek licensure in Tennessee as a real estate broker in the future. As respondent is out of the industry, counsel believes it would be better use of commission and department resources to reach a settlement rather than to continue litigating the case, and I'll let Denard kind of talk to you about his recommendation.
All right, sir. Glad you're here.
Good morning. And so, yes, I am the litigating attorney for this case. I had, after we filed the case, the respondent, who we had been talking with over this time period, the only reason it took so long to get a hearing date was because we kept negotiating. But he got an attorney. The attorney called me and said, we would like to try to settle this case. Again, based on the information that Ms. Kirby read into the record, this particular individual is not interested in continuing a real estate career. He didn't say what he's doing, but he's not selling houses anymore or property. His broker license has expired. He was on suspended status. Now it's fully expired. He's willing to give up any rights to renew or apply for a new license, but the original decision for the board was the attendance at meetings and at a meeting and the $8,000 civil penalty. Based on the change in circumstances, my recommendation would be that wanted to see if there would be any way that we could possibly reduce that penalty, seeing as I said, he's out of the industry altogether, and it's really the change of circumstances more than anything else. But so I wanted to place that before you for your reconsideration today.
Commissioners?
I have a question.
Go.
So this person goes to another state and applies for a real estate license, and that state contacts us. Is that the normal procedure?
That would depend on the state. What they would if they may require that. Would
Okay.
depend on the state.
And so then, if we would do what you're suggesting, then what will we tell them? That they just surrendered their license and that's the end of it, never to practice again? Is that what then we would tell if we do this?
Well, yeah, so their license would say voluntarily surrendered. Since this would be in a consent order that they would be voluntarily surrendering the license, that would be disciplinary action against them. So it would show up in their file that they've had disciplinary action by the commission.
Questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Taylor.
You say waive or substantially reduce the 8,000 penalty. Did you have something in mind?
Well, I during the settlement negotiations, I told the attorney that I said, this is out of my hands. I'm not responsible for what the ultimate civil penalty would be. What was left off the original case, there was this was the affiliate broker, the principal broker was also charged, and I think that case ended up with a $2,000 civil penalty. Most of the action was done by this particular individual, but I thought, there's a precedent for 2,000. The original recommendation was for 4. I thought that would be something that would probably be a little more in line, and we could go ahead and get that signed off on probably today.
Now, since he doesn't have a license, how do we collect this money? Whatever money we come up with, if any.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Well, this individual is he is represented by an attorney now, and so we would have a written contract with him. My sense, dealing with the other attorney, is that they're willing to make good on the contract that we come up with. But we've got once we have a written agreement, we have enforcement mechanisms to collect.
Other comments? All right, Chair would entertain a motion if anybody'd like to put something on the table for us to consider.
You say you thought the $4,000, or were you telling us the $2,000 number?
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, that's just based on whatever whatever you all decided. But like I said, I'm agnostic as to the amount. I was just letting you know kind of what the playing field was. Like I said, the original recommendation was for 4, but I understand whatever you all decide.
So you're negotiating this, and so is the monetary penalty a part of that? If we say keep it at 4,000, will they still want to come for a full hearing, or can you tell us a little about that?
Yes, ma'am. I am not 100% sure if you just said, we've looked at this and we decided to stay at $8,000. I don't necessarily think that it would end all the negotiations. I don't know. But the attorney asked me if there was anything that we could do, and I told him, we have a meeting coming up. I will let them know about the change in circumstances and let the commission look at this again if they would decide to do that. But I can't say whether no change would end up with us having a hearing ultimately or not, but my sense would be that it would, any relief that the commission would grant would be helpful.
So if we were to say, okay, we'll lower it to $2,000, and they decide, no, we're still going to come before a hearing, so would we be in a lesser place with that $2,000 versus the $8,000? Would it mean that we could only enforce $2,000, or would it mean we could reevaluate the whole amount?
So the way that this would work, your consent orders are basically offers to settle, and those are just settlement negotiations. That has nothing to do with ultimately where you all would land with an. So if we have a formal hearing and there's an ALJ here, and we get to the penalty phase, if you still decided that so no, your hands are not tied in that case. To make a long story short.
Ms. Taylor?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would make the motion that we reduce the penalty to $6,000 because this is such an egregious account, because he has no longer licensed and will be licensed in the state of Tennessee, because he made so many egregious mistakes, that $6,000 is.
Okay, so for the record, Ms. Taylor, there's a recommendation at the bottom of this that you can modify, but is your motion to accept this recommendation, except keep the civil penalty at $6,000, or reduce it to $6,000?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor, and can you all see that on your iPad? Okay, that's the motion she's made. Ms. Taylor's made, seconded by Commissioner McMullen, that the civil penalty be reduced from $8,000 to $6,000. Is there further discussion? So, a couple of things. Is Mickens, Mike?
Mickens, yes, sir.
Mr. Micken. Do you think, realistically, this commission could ever hear this formal hearing based on this discussion we've had today?
My sense is that no. I do not think that they would like a formal hearing ultimately.
I don't mean that. I mean, we have more knowledge than we would typically have going into a formal hearing just based on this discussion today.
Oh, I understand now. I think that we could, because working with Ms. Kirby to get the information before you all, we tried. We didn't use any names. I mean, I think that we would meet the standard for still being able to hear it if we had to ultimately.
Are you asking if we think they would if we think they would accept this offer to settle?
No, I'm just concerned that we've discussed this case so much.
Oh,
that
I see.
By the time we get to a formal hearing, we've got so much knowledge of it that I personally might want to recuse myself. We all may, based on what we've talked about today. That's why I think a settlement is a better way to go at this point. I just want to, that's just a personal opinion of mine. All right, any other comments?
Well, I have a question. This says, waiver substantially reduce the $8,000 civil penalty, which we're talking about reducing to 6, and waive the requirement to attend a commission meeting with the provision that the original discipline will be reinstated should respondent ever seek to apply for a real estate license again. So that leaves it open that they can come back and get a license again.
No, I want that to be in my, the only thing I addressed was the $8,000 to $6,000. The rest of it would remain the same.
That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna allow them to get a license
Look at the first
reinstated.
sentence.
If he ever comes back.
No, he's agreeing never to seek licensure.
Well,
But, so why do we have that line that says that they can come back?
Can I address something real
The whole
quick?
commission may change.
I don't know for sure if we can actually tell someone they can't apply for a new license, but what would happen if this person did decide they wanted to apply for a new license, they would then have prior disciplinary action from TREC on their file, so that they would have to make an appearance like anybody else that has disciplinary action from any state agency, and then the commission would have to decide whether they wanted to give them a license, and then the commission could then deny them a license.
And we're going to have a consent agreement signed that says he'll or she will never seek a license in Tennessee, which would be brought back up at the time if they ever did reapply, I would think. Mr. McMullen?
In August of 2014, we were willing to let them stay in the business if they had paid an $8,000 fine. So all we're saying is if they ever came back, they'd have to pay the full $8,000 fine that we were offering them in August of 2014 anyway.
Have something?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to just address that point just very briefly. As Commissioner McMullen had already said, it was just that they have agreed that they would not seek another license in Tennessee, but I think we've all seen where people's situations change again, and then they think, oh gosh, I tried to make it without my real estate license, and now I need one. And so I just wanted to cover the commission so that if down the road this individual did say, I ultimately I do need my license, then we can say, okay, well, you still you still have some provisions to meet before we can even entertain this situation, and that's just where that was coming from.
But I think we're reducing, Commissioner Taylor, if this is correct or not, we're reducing that penalty because we don't want him to ever get, or he or she to ever get a license again. Is that correct?
That is, yes, that's one part, and to take it off the table and get it done. Now, his license, he hasn't paid his fee, so he's not licensed right now. That's correct? Is that correct?
But
Right.
Right.
He's
So
only
he's
been
not licensed.
expired since December, though,
Right,
so he would have a year from then, from this past December, to just pay late fees to reinstate if,
But
like,
this
barring
says-
nothing else.
This says
if
a
it was just
written
normal-
agreement never to seek licensure, so that's what they're all, is that what they're offering?
Yes.
It's not that we're invoking it, it's that we're agreeing under these circumstances if they're willing to not seek a license again.
Yes, that's part of what they offered as part of the settlement.
That is what I just addressed in my amendment, that would stay here, that it's just changing the 8 to a 6.
As long as we could take that last sentence off, I think, with the proviso that the original discipline will be reinstated should respondent ever seek to apply.
But I think someone could apply. I mean, and then would have to go through the process. I don't know how
But
we
we're
could.
not keeping them from applying. They are offering that in their negotiations for us to lower the penalty.
And I don't think you want to put that in the consent order, that they can apply to be reinstated. I just.
No, I know.
They're two opposing thoughts.
Commissioner Horn.
I think it's a little clearer now, but if they decided to give up their license, we've already said that it was $8,000 offense. Why are we going back to $6,000? I missed it somewhere.
Here's my take on it. So the motion, if it passes, says we'll agree to take $2,000 less for this to go away, as opposed to continuing on with a formal hearing, which will take staff time, this commission's time. If the guy's out of the industry and he's ready to commit to be out of the industry for life, at least in Tennessee, is it worth $2,000 to the commission? That's kind of how I see the motion.
Because the cost of the formal hearing could be $2,000 with judges and attorneys.
Or more.
Or more.
And keep in mind too that the purpose of the civil penalties is to deter future violations. So if this person, I mean, it's not, TREC is not using that money for anything. I mean, it's strictly to deter from prior violations. So if this person has agreed that they want to give up their license and they're not going to be in the business anymore, that's just something to keep in mind as well when thinking about the penalties.
More than the original recommendation, too.
All right. Last question for you, sir, and for Ms. Kirby as well. Is this precedent setting at all, in your opinion? I mean, are we going to have people that are going to start showing up going, hey, reduce the consent or I'll turn my license in, be done?
I mean, it's possible that we may have more people wanting to offer this, but usually people don't want to give up their license. I mean, if that's the case, then we probably don't have to worry about them committing future violations. That's the whole purpose of the process. But yeah, so most people are not willing to give up their license.
Do you have a staff recommendation?
I would defer to Mr. Mickens, learned counsel.
From the litigation side of it, what's your recommendation?
I think that based on my experience, based on talking with this particular person, any reduction of the penalty that would be very helpful in us getting a signature on a piece of paper and putting this behind us. Because of the meeting schedule and those kinds of things, you know, if I have to go back and say, you know, yes, we do want a formal hearing, it may not be able to get on schedule until the latter half of 2016, possibly even early 2017, just based on what's already out there. So, you know, we might be able to zip this up in the next today. I think, like, if I go back in my office and call these people and say, hey, you know, they knocked 2,000 off of it, will you sign it? I think they would sign it, and I think that would be a good thing for everybody.
So you can get this worked out before they get to see our discussions on the video.
I like to think that I can. I mean, I'd like to think I'm pretty good. I think I can get it done.
Unless they're watching it now.
All right, then I sense we're ready to vote. Am I wrong?
No.
All right, then let's vote. Those in favor of Ms. Taylor's motion, which was properly seconded by, and I forget, Commissioner McMullen. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. We look forward to seeing you at work someday. I know we haven't seen too many different litigating attorneys.
Well, we're working on it.
Well, what does that mean?
I think you're avoiding us, is what I think.
No, we're not.
Well, thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on the agenda to a commission discussion related to teams.
Is it the 50-mile rule of parents?
Could we put Mr. White in front of that discussion?
I think we can get them all done by 11:30
Okay.
is my hope. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right.
You know we have an applicant at 11:15, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't, if we do, we'll get to it. Okay. So we might not break exactly at 11:30 today, okay? Let's do this commission discussion, which may take not much time, or it may take quite a bit. If it does, we'll defer part of it till this afternoon. I'd received more than one response, a request from a principal broker owners that this commission tried to take a position related to advertising as it relates to teams. And the topic in particular was, what really got one particular principal broker upset was his company had a listing and another company sold it, and the agent from the second company, the selling company, once the sale was completed, the team leader for that agent at the selling company called the principal broker at the listing company and said, "We want you to show an MLS that so-and-so was the selling agent." That's not the agent who interacted at all with the listing agent during the entire sale. And so the topic was brought up, or this agent was upset that this company was trying to tell his company who the selling agent should be as far as recording purposes in the multiple listing service. And there were two issues he had. One was he didn't want another company telling him what to do. And the second was he thought there might be some misleading advertising that this team over here with the selling company is saying they sold that property when in fact it wasn't the team leader, it was an agent with the other company. So we put this on the agenda a couple of months ago. Last month we had a smaller group and Ms. Taylor asked that we postpone it until this meeting. And we can take as much or as little time as we want to talking about this. I remember distinctly Commissioner Wood having some comments last time on it. Do you want to start us off, Bobby?
I am looking for my notes. I think my question was, one, is this, I think the discussion is over awards. I think that's what it is. I mean, I think they're trying to get their name on the listing to show that they're going to get a higher award level. And so I guess my first thought is, if it's really about awards, should that not be taken up by maybe the association that's doing the awards? I mean, that's their rules. And then I think that the other issue is, so that's the awards part. But the other issue I think has to do more with it. It should be a multiple listing service. I think the multiple listing service that is there, they should step up with their rules. They should have rules over who goes on the sheet. So I'm kind of like, I think that's those two entities that need to take the lead on this rather than the real estate commission stepping up and saying how entries are going to be made on the multiple listing data sheet. So.
Okay, that's a good start. Ms.
Okay.
Taylor?
I also think it's not truthful advertising. That
I
this
agree.
is a big issue, and this is a consumer issue here, as far as I'm concerned. If you have John Smith saying he sold $8 million worth of houses this month, and John Smith might have sold $1 million, but those people under him sold the other $7 million. That's not truthful advertising. Also, if John Smith's team has 15 listings in the paper under his name and that he sold also these many, that's not truthful. And I think this time, I'm not saying that MLS shouldn't address it. I'm not saying that the brokers themselves shouldn't address it. But it's time for us to set some rules about these teams. That's my feeling. Did I?
Right. Mr. Chara?
I agree with Fontaine in it. It's this whole false and misleading advertising issue. I do think some of it has to be addressed by the MLS. I could care less what the MLS says. But if Marcia and I are on a team together and somebody files a complaint against Marcia because she was the one they worked with, then all of a sudden I don't want to be her team leader anymore. I want that to be on Marcia, but yet we've gone and changed everything saying, no, it's mine, just so I could get an award.
Well, and one of the reasons that we have disclosures and how we're representing. I mean, it's on paper who the representative is. Now, so if I'm dealing, and we're, you know, the thing about teams is this. There are teams. There are going to continue to be teams. There are classes on how to have a better team. I think the biggest thing is that those teams still have the same requirements that anybody else has, whether they're on a team or not. I agree with Bobby that it is something about awards. In Williamson County, we don't have that, so we don't have that problem. I can see it happening more where people are having awards. But I agree that that's not our duty, that it's their MLS, it's their boards to make some decisions about that. What I'm looking at as a principal broker at my company is whose name's on that piece of paper. I don't negotiate who I put down as the buyer's agent. It is who's ever on that piece of paper to me.
Well, and how do they get paid, too? That's another issue. I mean, of course, that's a broker issue.
Well, it goes to
but
the
this
real
is-
estate company, and then
which
the real
is
estate
broker.
company decides how the money is divided.
Ms. Hills.
Well, on the awards, I think the awards and the advertising goes hand in hand. We don't have production awards in our area, but it is sort of an award in the fact that a team can claim they've sold 10 million, and then that's their advertising, and that's the reward for being able to report it that way. Our MLS has had this come up, and it's not been a written rule. It's been discussed, but it is said that they would request the confirmation of agency and a copy, any documentation. It didn't list any supporting documentation, but then it is hard to handle. Say I have the listing, like you said. Someone with the team wrote the offer. We have a contract. I deal with Janet the whole time, but John's name is on everything, on the agency. His electronic signature is on everything, and I've never spoken with John as a buyer's agent, buyer's agent or designated buyer's agent. I've only dealt with Janet, and that's some of the things that we have run across in our area, because then it's a resentment to put John's name, but that's what's on the document. That's what our MLS is doing. You know, they want to say he had nothing to do with it. This is who did it. And so it is an agency. We have the agency law set out, and it's hard for us to step back and the law says how they're supposed to operate as an agent, and the state does not recognize team as an agency. It's only individual licensees. So
it's a business model.
It is, and we have approved. The state has approved a class about teams, but it still has to operate within the agency. I don't know what we can do except for the advertising part and stuff. I don't know what to do, because the agency law is there and set.
And we've not had any formal complaints made like that either in the 2 years I've been here.
So, but who would complain? Say in this case, say it's the listing company that has it, being asked by the buyer's agent side to change it. I can't, as a listing company, complain that they didn't fulfill their agency, because it's not with me. Only that buyer could say they didn't perform their agency correctly. That's the. I would have a hard time being able to.
I think we've had some complaints filed. We've not had a formal hearing about some issues with that kind of thing.
I'm sorry, we got
Haven't we had some complaints filed that haven't gone to formal hearing necessarily, but where they dealt with one agent and then something happened, like escrow gets messed up, and then all of a sudden it's a team leader, and
but those go to other
that
issues.
I recall. Yeah, not specifically about who they're dealing with or who's advertising the sale. I mean, we have had some complaints involving teams, but I don't think it was with those specific issues.
This is very legitimate. I mean, it happens.
All right, so Commissioner McMullen, I also remember you had some pretty astute words when we talked about this last. Do you recall those?
Difficult at this time to remember. But, you know, I do understand the point that it's difficult for us to get into the micromanaging of who gets listed where, but I think we do have a vehicle for addressing that with the false advertising if a complaint is filed.
So let's see if we can just focus a little bit here. If one issue is related to multiple listing service, is that anything we want to get involved in? Or are we just talking about the advertising?
We don't have any jurisdiction.
Well, I just want to make sure we get focused. So would you say if it's related to MLS, it's off the table from our perspective?
Well, can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Who determines what's input into the MLS? The agent?
The MLS does.
There's a
They have
MLS
rules.
committee that
Okay,
has
so
rules
the
and
licensee
bylaws.
does not submit whatever is going to be put on the MLS.
No, the licensees
Spontaneous.
put it on the MLS, manually put in the information.
So I would think that since they have control over that, the MLS would be a form of advertising.
We can.
Yeah.
MLS.
Yes, it is.
Because we've only exempted third-party advertisers where they don't have any control of what's being put out there. But if they're inputting the information about the listing, then I would think that would fall under our advertising rule.
MLS is advertising.
And who has the listing, who owns the listing is the one that's in control of how it's reported.
The broker does.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So who owns the broker, the one that owns that listing is the one that reports the buying side, who has the buyer.
Well, I would say that broker, the one that's reporting who on the other side was dealing with, I mean, that broker that's listing it, everybody's responsible for their own advertising. So I don't think that the broker that's listing whoever was on the other side is responsible if that's incorrect.
That's kind of how I feel about it. And that's why I say, I think it comes back to how their MLS is set up. And if their MLS allows it, then
But it sounds like that they get to choose who they're inputting in the MLS as the agent on the other side.
depends on the MLS.
Okay.
And the problem is, the argument will be, Janet was the one that showed it, brought the offer, negotiated, did everything, but John's team name is the one that they want it
Well,
reported.
if
on.
John's name is on the representation form, the buck stops with him.
Yes.
Well,
I
I think so.
agree.
I think we have
agree.
two issues here. One is within the team, who's responsible if it's advertised in a misleading way. On the other side, we have the person that's reporting it, that's on the other side of the transaction, which I don't think should have any responsibility for it.
That's correct.
Is that?
Yes.
Because we do have in the statute, it says an agency or sub-agency relationship shall not be assumed, implied, or created without a written bilateral agreement that establishes the terms and condition of the agency or sub-agency relationship, which that seems like it would be the listing agreement or similar form, which would determine that.
Commissioner Taylor, then
I,
Mr. Young.
I think we have another issue too. It's the compensation, and I don't know how a team compensates, but all compensation is supposed to come from the broker. And I don't see how I, as an agent, can say this agent doesn't get the same fee as Diane gets because she works for me. Now we're going to give her a different, the other agent. She's working for basically the other agent team. So her compensation is not going to be the same as any other agent in the company. That, to me, is a big red flag.
Well, we don't have any statutes or rules that address how commissions should be paid, other than the fact that it has to be from the principal broker to anybody that's not an affiliate,
But it's a
principal broker
company
in the
within
firm.
a company, to me, that's not really a company. Does that make sense to you? in a way.
Yes, but as long as the principal broker is the one paying the licensees, then we don't really have control over how much they're getting paid and
We hope
in what
she
percentage.
is. We hope they are.
Mr. Young.
Well, 2 points I wanted to make. One, compensation is broker to broker. Also, with any advertising having to do with agents, teams, they have to state the firm name and phone number, which to me is a disclaimer that it has to be the relationship with the firm or the broker.
That way, there's no mistake about if I have a problem as a consumer, who do I call? I call and I ask to speak to the broker, not the team leader, if there's a problem.
So,
Commissioner Grease, is it ever appropriate for this entity? I mean, because the teams thing, I think we can talk all day about teams. Okay, is it ever appropriate? And I'm not convinced that we'll ever get this thing exactly how we want it in the time that we're together. Is it ever appropriate for us to take a small group of us, couple, three, and just, I would just be interested what's going on in other places, because we're not the only state with teams. And I would just like to see how other real estate commissions are addressing it, and then see if there's anything we could do. And I'm just...
We talk about that at Arello.
Okay.
It's every meeting, there's a discussion
Okay.
about teams at Arello.
And everybody's as confused as we
Yeah,
are.
everybody has the same problems.
so here's
that
kind
doesn't make me feel better.
No.
So here's kind of what I suggest. If a commissioner has a particularly strong feeling about any aspect of the issues we've talked about today, it would be perfectly okay, and I would encourage it for that commissioner to consider a motion that a certain rule be prepared and adopted. So we've got something in particular to look at. For instance, if you don't want teams advertising unless they list the members of the team so you know how many people there are, if somebody would like to put some kind of motion like that together over the next 2 or 3 or 4 months, it gives us something to shoot at.
Saying that, I don't think that if I made a motion today, I don't think it would be, I would have enough knowledge to make the one I want to make, let's put it that, the one I feel I want to make.
Go back to your marketplace and see,
Right.
see what the temperature is there on these issues. And at some point, this was an introduction. That's all it was meant to be.
So I would make the motion that we again discuss this in March, I guess.
That's next month.
Next month, April, maybe,
Go
in
back to the
April.
agenda for April.
In April.
Can we do that? Let's do that.
And
I'll second that.
And do some due diligence among
Yeah,
ourselves,
I think
just
that's good.
information.
All right, let's end that discussion. Let's go to the education report.
You need to vote on that motion.
I'm gonna assume by common consent, we're gonna just,
Okay.
it's an individual request put on the April agenda. All right, Mr. White.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
And
members
by
of
the
commission.
way, we're not gonna break at 11:30, but whatever time we do break, which might be 11:45, we'll add that on to the back end. And Mr. Wheeler, we will get to you before we break. Okay.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. John, I want to say a special word to you, to the commission, to the audience for the prayers and the thoughts that came my way while I was recovering this last month. I was off of work for that entire month. I started back half days, and to my delight, started back with Malcolm Young. We're having some good progressive meetings, and I think you're all going to be very happy with going forward. But again, I suffered a head-on collision. My car went airborne, and they're not meant to do that. It landed in an old bodock bush, as they call it in Middle Tennessee. But definitely the good Lord was my co-pilot. And I'm here to tell you that, and we're going to start off the year for me afresh, because since I wasn't here last month. But many good things I think are going to come our way. And again, thank you for all those prayers and concerns my way. I'll call your attention to the education agenda. In reviewing these, again, I'm going to have to applaud Betsy, who this last month helped to to arrange and go through these things where I would have, actually I did review them, but she helped to put the education report together, and I want to thank her very much for that and for all the many things that she's done to help me in my first year and a month with the commission. I will submit to you that I've reviewed the courses and under the education agenda F1 through F28, and I submit them now to your attention for your approval.
Is there a motion?
I make the motion, we approve the education agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. The motion by Ms. Taylor is to approve courses F1 through F28. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Hills. Is there discussion? All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
Abstain,
I abstain on F1.
and I
Are you
am
back?
on F26.
Now, we weren't talking about instructors.
Just the classes.
But I'll take it. It's 6 ayes and 2 abstentions. Mr. Char and Mr. McMullen abstained. Mr. White.
Chairman, again, I'd call your attention then to the instructors who need approval, who are listed under F1 through F28, and I would submit those after review. They have proper credentials, and I would submit them for your approval today.
Motion to approve those instructors.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner DeChara,
Yeah,
second
I'm
by Ms.
already
Taylor.
approved.
Discussion. All right, the motion's to approve. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
Abstain on F1.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen abstains on F1. Mr. White, has the Tennessee Association of Realtors approached you about a 1-hour course credit for the commission forum at their spring meeting? Has that come before you?
Yes, that's already, I believe that's already been approved.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because if not,
I just know on the TAR side, it says pending approval by TREC. So maybe that's just incorrect on there.
we've got another meeting before then, and just in case, I just want to make sure. All right, Mr. White, does that conclude your report?
That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so
sir.
much.
Appreciate.
Would you
insightful.
double check that and make sure that has been approved
Will do.
already?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Wheeler and Jackie Desmaris? Okay, thank you. Would you both come forward? The law director will ask you to raise your right hand, see if you're going to tell the truth or not. Then we'll get started.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby.
Mr. Wheeler intends to apply for affiliate broker and has taken the licensure exam. Jackie Damaris was first licensed as a broker in March of 2006 and became principal broker of the firm since September of 2014. Ms. Damaris is responsible for supervising 6 affiliate brokers. There has been no disciplinary action taken against Ms. Damaris. Her firm is Norris Real Estate Group, LLC in Clinton, Tennessee. Mr. Wheeler was convicted of 1 felony count of possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance and 2 felony counts of possession of a controlled substance on June 15th, 2015 in Summit County. I think I have that date wrong. Mr. Wheeler was sentenced to 365 days in jail and 36 months supervised probation. Mr. Wheeler was also ordered to attend a treatment program. His case was closed on March 12, 2007. Mr. Wheeler applied for a certificate of eligibility in October of 2015 and is still awaiting a determination. Their certificate of eligibility is the first step in the expungement process in Utah, where the charges took place. And his statements and letters of recommendation can be found on the iPad.
My arrest date was March 7th, 2004.
2004. Sorry about that typo, because his case was concluded in 2007.
Do we not have from the principal broker, though? I don't have that on my.
Well, you're going to get to hear from him, because I think are you his mother?
It should be on there.
Ms. Damaris is the applicant's mother, which in itself has got to be difficult, I would think. But
Okay.
So you can ask her any questions you want to.
Now I see it.
All right. All right, Mr. Wheeler, we need you to fill in the blanks. Let's give us all the details you want us to know about what happened and what you've been doing since.
Okay. Starting when I was young, it was a really bad mistake I made in my teenage years, but I was a freestyle skier, and I used to compete in aerial skiing and had the opportunity to train with the United States ski team, and it was fantastic, best thing, of my life. That being said, when I was a teenager, I was introduced to a lot of the wrong people in the wrong situations, hanging out with a lot of adults and people that were way older than me, and went down a path I should not have gone down. When I was 16, I was able to get my own apartment, and I had my own place because I was an Olympic hopeful, and did very, 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 very well nationwide in the sport, and got injured when I was around 17 years old. And at that point, I lived by myself and made the decision to start selling drugs. And that's how I decided to want to pay my bills. And it was a huge mistake. And I got arrested my senior year of high school. It was about 5 weeks after I turned 18. And that was when my life stopped really, really, really fast and switched in a different direction. I spent a year and a half in a place called Hope for Homeless Youth in downtown Los Angeles, which is a Christian rehabilitation center, and a really interesting place to be picked up out of a quiet little mountain town in Park City, Utah, and plopped in the middle of downtown LA to walk around the streets and talk to homeless people and offer them food and clothing. But it'll teach you a little bit of humility and let you appreciate the things that you have in life. I promise you that. Ever since my arrest and my recovery, I haven't been in any trouble at all with the law since. Completely fulfilled all of my duties, paid all my fines, did all my community service, and was very blessed to be sentenced to be a part of that center, and I never actually had to do any jail time. I was only in jail for about a week. And other than that, they released me to the program. Since then, I've been in the restaurant industry. I started working in the restaurants when I was around 20 years old and quickly worked my way up into management. And I've been a hospitality manager, beverage manager, kitchen manager, overall assistant manager of multiple different restaurant locations and store openings and things like that. And I've watched my mother thrive in her real estate career throughout my entire 20s and see how driven that she is to do it. And I would really like to have a opportunity to work in an industry where I can still help people, because I don't feel like there's any better way to help people than there is to get them their first home. I know the look on my face when I got my first house, and I'd like to be able to grant other people those same dreams come true. It's a good career, and I'd like to be doing something where I'm not off work at 2 o'clock in the morning anymore, working at a bar. So if I'm going to make a change in lifestyle and career and just push forward into my adult life, I feel like the 20s were a great year to become an adult, and the 30s are the great years to start what I really want to do for the rest of my life. So here I am.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wheeler? All right, Mr. Maris, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Johnny.
You were arrested in Utah, is that right?
Yes, Park City, Utah.
Uh-huh. Did you pay all your fines and assessments, whatever they?
Yes, sir.
So
Everything is closed.
You're no longer on the books, except.
No, sir.
Do you have a expungement?
I'm actually, my files are submitted to my lawyer for expungement. They have been for around 9 months now, almost 12. I still haven't received any word back from her. I'm trying to get that done, but it's actually a lot longer of a process than I thought it would be, but I'm working on it.
All right, Mr. Maris, I don't, this is difficult for me because I don't know if I want to hear from you as a mother or hear from you as a principal broker.
I think it's kind of hard not to hear from her as both.
So you've got the floor. Why would you like this young man to be affiliated with your firm? Let's take it from a principal broker perspective.
I know that his work ethic is really good. He works a lot of hours and is extremely good. His heart is good. I'm big on integrity, and that's all I'm going to have at my company is people that do have integrity. And I think it's a great opportunity for him and get out of the restaurant world, because once you are arrested like that and you've got that felony, you can't just go get any job and you end up in a restaurant and they don't seem to care what you have or don't have. And so it's just got a great opportunity. So he'll be able to, eventually I want him to be able to take over my company. And And again, his work ethic is amazing. And so he's a great salesperson.
All right, commissioners, questions for the PB?
So you've not had any kind of disciplinary actions against you, and you have, is it 8 agents in your office now?
I think we're 6.
Okay. Well, so tell us a little bit about your plan of training him.
Well, I'm using a lot of the David Knox, and for all of my staff, I have it, every month. I don't, and every week we watch some of the videos, and everybody's, has to be accountable for watching those videos. And because when it comes to the brokers in, I can see who's watched what. And so we're doing that along with one-on-one with my agents. I wasn't going to have anybody new, and I ended up with all new, and they're doing fabulous. They're all getting their wings and their feathers and flying, and I'm just super excited about it. And I'm just right there with them all the time.
So are we talking residential, or are we talking, okay.
Residential.
Okay.
Yes.
Other commissioners, Ms. Hills?
So you've been in the business 29 years?
I've been for a while, yeah.
All in Tennessee?
No, California, Colorado, Utah, and here, and I still have a broker's license in Utah, which is.
I'm thinking at least 3 of us here have children that we work with. And I'll speak for myself, I think for the other 2. We've been blessed that it's been a good experience, but it could be difficult at times too, especially with a smaller office. So I hats off to you to consider that.
Other comments or questions?
Mr. Wheeler, you did an excellent job in your letter that you wrote, how you laid out what you have done in your life. That was excellent. And over the years, I always ask my new agents, why do you want to get in real estate? And I had one time said, because I like the hours. And I said, what in the world did you do before you got in real estate? And they said, I was ran a restaurant. So.
Well, and I can tell you, I own a restaurant, and I can tell you there's no harder work in the world than restaurant work. So that told me something about your work ethic right there.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve Mr. Wheeler to move forward in getting his real estate license.
Second. We all second.
All right, a motion by Commissioner DeChara, and I'm going to say Commissioner Wood seconded that. Let's vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank
Good
you
luck
so
to
much.
Now, don't let your principal broker down, and more importantly, don't let your mother down. All right.
And keep your head screwed on straight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a long journey. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Good luck to you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, to the audience, we're going to break for lunch. You need to initial on the way out. We're going to come back at 1:15. 1:15.
Awesome. Award. And I know we've been giving that out yearly, and I don't think we did it this past year. And I think we had, I can't remember for sure, was it to go to one person or 2 people? And I'd like to see us do something about that.
I think it's kind of at our discretion.
Okay.
And if there's nobody we feel that has been a standout that deserves it, it's not like it's a requirement that we give it.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm not aware of any of the information on it.
I don't know of it ever being given to more than one person at a time, per year.
So just for a little history, the commission a couple of years ago passed a resolution that said all commissioners, when they departed commission, would be recognized as a recipient of the Bill Toon Award. That was a departure from the previous purpose of the Bill Toon Award. But the logic or the rationale at that point was that what commissioners do is a teaching experience every time they're up here. And so Bill Toon was, remember, he's a Memphis guy, wasn't he? I don't remember.
Even before my time.
I think he was from Memphis.
Nobody said anything, did they, Fontaine?
Some things you don't talk about.
Even though I was tempted. All right, so Ms. Franks, is the purpose of putting this on the agenda just to find out what it is, or are we going to recognize somebody, or do you have somebody you'd like to nominate?
I have somebody I would like to nominate, but then there's two that I would like to nominate. Should we only do one a year, or what's the board's feelings about that?
I don't think we have any particular guidelines.
Okay, then I'd like to nominate Grover Collins from Lewisburg and Wendell Alexander from Dresden, Tennessee.
Second.
And frankly, it's my sense that you don't have to nominate them. They're already entitled.
Okay.
They're already entitled to the award.
I'd like to see them get that award then.
Which is a certificate.
Right. It probably was on Eve's computer. If you can take care of that, Mr. Young.
Okay. Any other discussion about the Bill Toon Award? Ms. Franks, are you satisfied with?
I am, thank you.
You're welcome. Glad you are. All right, let's go back to the executive director's report. There's a portion related to the legal report or legal issues that Mr. Young had asked to defer until this afternoon, and I understand you and Ms. Kirby will discuss it jointly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grease. I'm actually going back to the core update as far as the report. And if you will drop down to the second paragraph having to do with the law/rulemaking authority impacting the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, I'm gonna tee this up and then pass off to Mallory to kind of go through the activities. But basically, what the commission is attempting to do, and when I say the commission, I mean the administration, is it's the attempt by June the 22nd that all of the commissions that they manage, that the initial applications and the transfer of transfers will all be automated online. And when we were oriented to this last week from the administration, immediately Mallory and I started looking at obviously there are rules that require, physical presence of documentation in the Tennessee Real Estate Commission offices. There are certain things like signatures which can be moved into electronic signature platforms, but we felt like that it was our duty today to probably identify those rules that you will need to be looking at ultimately for us to go through rulemaking changes to make this automated process happen. Now, I will tell you that later in the week, this past week, we were also given information that in the 2014 legislative session, there was a law passed in which it allowed certain commissions to be able to alleviate some of the rules to make sure that the automated processes could take place. But with the background, what I want to do at this point is hand off to Mallory to talk about the impact of some of your rules that we need to look at as far as the commission, as far as making the changes to make this process automated. Mallory?
So there are a few, not very many, but a few of the rules in our set of rules that specifically are catered towards paper transactions. And I think even though we have the law that was passed in 2014 that says we can still utilize an electronic submission system, we will still need to tweak these rules to make them more lined up with what the department's going for in terms of that kind of thing. One of them deals with just the filing of documents in general, and that is 1260-01-.14. And that really just addresses mail filings, and that the date of the filing shall be determined by the official postmark on such mail. Documents submitted by hand delivery shall not be considered filed if received after the commission hours of the date of any applicable deadline. I don't know that we need to necessarily change any of that. We may just want to add something that addresses electronic submissions as well to that provision. The other section is 1260-02-.02, dealing with termination of affiliation, and this is the section that addresses the TREC 1 form. There's several different parts to that rule, but a lot of it deals with, there's already a section in there that says you can do an online firm transfer and then submit the TREC 1 form within 5 days of doing it online. My understanding is that we actually don't have that option right now anyway, but when everything gets turned over to online, we would need to tweak that so that we aren't requiring the paper form to be sent in. Some of these things would require the use of electronic signatures, because obviously on the TREC 1 form, that's basically, we're gathering signatures. So logistically, I don't know how the system would be set up to do those different transactions, but essentially we would need to be accepting electronic signatures for all of those things.
Is that it?
That's generally it. I can, so I guess the question posed to the commission is, are you in agreement with making these changes? Do you want me to go ahead and draft some proposed rules to bring back at the next meeting for you all to review? If you have any other concerns or questions about these particular rules, or anything you would suggest adding or taking away, you can let me know.
Hills.
Is it the intent then to not have anything that would be hard copy and it all be electronic?
I think ideally we would strongly encourage the use of electronic just for efficiency purposes. I think transactions will get done a lot quicker. I think that's the department's goal, but I don't know that we're going to have a hard and fast preclusion of all paper documents. I think that I'm not sure how the department as a whole is going to address that. I think it's probably still going to be an option, but not a discouraged option. So I don't know that we need to completely get rid of all of the things that talk about mailing and postmark dates and things like that, but we definitely would want to incorporate the electronic submission.
So back to what Malcolm said a minute ago, is there a statute in place that we can do this administratively, or do we have to go through the full rulemaking process?
We'll have to go through a rulemaking process. I'll have to talk it over with the other Office of Legal Counsel people, but we may be able to do this where it's one where you don't have to have a hearing. There's two different types of rulemaking hearings you can do. One doesn't require a hearing, and that's usually the ones that they anticipate are not going to be controversial or anything like that. This may fall into that. That's something I'll have to look into a little bit more, but it would have to go through one of the rulemaking processes. We do have the statute that was passed, which will allow us to go ahead and utilize electronic submissions even before rulemaking, because as you know, rulemaking takes a long time. So this will probably be implemented before we get through the rulemaking process, and we'll still be able to do it with this new law, but we just want to make sure at some point our rules are lined up with it.
We'll probably also be looking at the TREC 1 form to redesign that for it to be also a little bit more licensee broker friendly as well.
If y'all pull this off and go electronic, you're going to make about 30,000 friends real quick, because I think this is something we've all been loving to have.
And I'm going to take credit.
Okay, that's fine.
And we really don't care who gets credit, do we, Bobby?
I agree, but we do have to keep in mind, too, that there are, even in this day and time, there's not everybody that's using internet yet even.
Levels,
Right.
and that was my question.
Right, and that's why I don't think we would just outright
As
say
long as
no
we have
paper.
both,
I think,
we're
but
good.
it's just going to be strongly encouraged to use the online submission.
Okay, I think without objection, if you'll bring us some rules, we'll sure
And do.
consider them. Thank
Okay.
you. Malcolm, back to you. Did you have anything else?
That concludes my report,
Okay.
because the The other activity is under your agenda, which is the Arello
Right,
activity.
and that's where we're headed next.
Okay.
Do you have background on that, Malcolm?
Actually, you have them at your
No,
seats,
Well,
and you also have it on your iPad. I've provided each one of you a schedule as far as the Arello meeting in Atlanta in April, as well as the hotel information.
Okay, so our typical procedure is to, well, generally we're restricted by the departments of Commerce and Insurance's personnel who say you can have a few go, but you can't have everybody. Have we got clearance for 4 people?
I believe that's what I've been told.
All right, so I'm going to open the floor. I do know we have a member or two of this commission who serves on committees at Arello, but I'm going to just open it up and see who'd like to say they'd like to go or can't go or doesn't want to go, and that way, maybe by a process of elimination, if nothing else, we can get to those 4 people.
I'm on an Arello committee, and so I would like to go, but I do feel like it's an important thing for new commissioners to go. So I'm willing to, if need be, pay for myself to go, in lieu of one of the newer ones going. So,
I think I'm one of the 4.
Yeah. And I too am on a committee.
Let me just check on a couple things here real quick. Commissioner McMullen, are you available to go?
I don't think I'm available to go.
Okay, the chair is not available to go, so is there anybody else that feels certain that they won't be going? Commissioner Horn won't be going. Oh, you want to go? Okay. So far it's just,
I could go, but I don't have to go.
I would yield. It's very beneficial, so I would yield to someone going that has not been before.
But I can
So,
pull mine off.
I'll pull mine out.
Why did you not send me this year? Let somebody else go.
so what about you, Ms. Kirby? I mean, in the past, our attorney has gone to Arello. Is that
Okay.
on your
If
radar?
I can go and will go if the commission would like me to.
On names? We can have a motion.
I think we have more interest in going now than we've ever had before, so I think we're gonna have to determine a new way to figure it out. And I think maybe if Fontaine and Johnny wanna go, if Mallory's going, that's only gonna leave us 2 seats to go.
Then
And
Malcolm.
because Malcolm will be going, obviously, but,
So you said 4?
if 4 is all we can have go, then that's only 2 commissioners that can go. So-
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
What if we looked at when the next one was, and if there were people who were interested in going and they were able to go to the next one, then maybe they could not be considered for this one and vice versa?
that's September.
And that, we may or may not get clearance to go, because it's not in the 48 states. And I just, having been to both mid-year and to the fall conference, mid-year is a working meeting. It is people who are on committees that are meeting to discuss the changes that need to be made and that kind of information. The fall meeting is more presentations and stuff, and I'm not sure that, like Ms. Kirby's never been before, that fall might not be a better time for her to go because it's not a work group. It's a actual sharing of knowledge more than a work group.
I've been to both, and I like the fall one better. I benefited from the other, but I like the fall better because of that.
Is there some reason that the state would not allow us to go to Vancouver?
In the past, they have not allowed us to leave the 48 states. And next year it's in Hawaii, which means we can't go. However, I was told we need to ask for it because that was under a previous administration and the new administration may feel differently.
I'm available for the Hawaii trip. That's what I'm saying.
No, I've already got my name on that list, Bobby.
know what is, or what, being new, I've never been to Arella, so what is Arella? What-
First, here's all I can tell you. The letters stand for, you know what the letters stand for? I know you could, but it stands for Association of Real Estate Licensed Law Officials, and you are one now. Okay,
There's
you're
only
a member.
349 in the U.S.
No, in the world.
Oh, okay.
That's
all,
everywhere.
and you're one.
So all
You're
the
one of
states come
those.
together with their commissioners, their executive directors, their education people, their law people, lawyer people, and they talk about, this is what's happening in our state, and this is how we fixed it. And always the same topics are nationwide as to what we're having problems with.
Property management and teams are typically the two biggest issues. And like I said, the spring conference is work groups where we all, like I'm on Fair House and Marcia's on membership and what?
Something else I forget.
Something else she forgets.
I just got put on it.
But we'll get together in those groups and discuss at the spring conference what's going on, what issues we're dealing with, what changes need to be made, and kind of how to get to that process. And then the fall conference is more presentation of, this is what we decided in fair housing, this is what we need to do. And Marcia and I got thrown on the stage to participate in a couple of things last year, so.
That's all real good, but we don't have 4 people yet.
Well, but they need to decide which one they kind of think fits better for them.
Go to whatever you want me to go to, but I don't think if there are only 4 spots, they need to decide on which of the 4 best to go with the first one or second one, so that's not my decision.
Hey, is there a motion to suggest certain staff members go to this meeting? Like officially, we want to suggest Malcolm is going to be one of the 4.
Well, I was going to say, I certainly think Malcolm obviously needs to be one of the 4.
All right. What about Mallory? What do you think about that?
I think Mallory would benefit more from the fall. However, I don't have a problem with her going. And they have let 5 of us go. 5 of us went to San Diego. We took 2 staff people and 3 staff people.
Wow.
So they have let more than 4 go. Staff, they don't usually let as many go because they don't want that many gone at one time.
I make a motion.
Let's do it.
I knew you wanted it.
Yeah.
That Malcolm Young, Commissioner Franks, Commissioner DeCharo, Commissioner Taylor, and Mallory, and we asked for 5. Oh, okay. If we can ask for 6,
No, he asked to go,
okay.
so.
All right, I'll replace
okay.
Commissioner Taylor with Commissioner Horn.
The
It
motion,
can be
5
the first
people.
bumped if 5 don't get approved, if that's how you want to do it.
when is this?
Bump me to the fall.
April
April.
13th.
If we get bumped, you come let us know next month.
So how soon? Because there
That's
need to
true.
be arrangements.
We have
See.
to know today because Kimberly has to have the
We have to start
60
processing
days.
the paperwork.
That's right, it's government.
So who will approve whether we have 5 or 4? I mean, they could say we only have 2.
I can probably clear that with Brian today.
And the reason we're asking for 4 or 5 is that we have new people.
Right.
Okay, so
And it's close.
Yes, it's close.
close.
It's not everywhere. Mhm.
all right, so
You and I aren't new.
So the motion at the moment, if I've got it right, is that Mr. Young, Ms. Kirby, Mr. Horn, Ms. DeChara, and Ms. Franks be this commission's representatives to the Rello Conference this spring. Is there discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Do you think, Malcolm, you could find out by text or some way before this meeting is over?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is Richard Townsend here? Is John Thomas Bracken here? Gentlemen, would you come up for us? You'll stand right over here. The law director is going to ask you to raise your right hand and see if you'll agree to what she asks.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good.
Gentlemen, both each have a seat. We need to be as close to a microphone as you can, just because we need to hear from both of you. Ms. Kirby, what can let me ask for this. Who is Richard Townsend? Okay, so you're the applicant. You're the principal broker. Got it. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Townsend intends to apply for an affiliate broker and has taken the licensure exam. John Thomas Bracken was first licensed as a broker in February of 2005 and became principal broker of the firm in December of 2008. Mr. Bracken is responsible for supervising 2 affiliate brokers and 1 broker. There has been no disciplinary action taken against him. The firm is Remax Choice Properties Nashville. And Mr. Townsend was issued an affiliate broker's license in July of 2003. In 2011, Mr. Townsend failed to maintain errors and omissions insurance policy and chose to voluntarily surrender his license in lieu of paying a penalty. There was no other disciplinary action taken against Mr. Townsend.
So why is he here?
Anytime someone has a prior disciplinary action by a state agency, including this one, they have to come as part of the proving their showing the commission their honesty, integrity, competence to practice real estate as set forth in the statute. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Townsend, would you like to fill any details that you think might be helpful to us?
Well, at the time in 2011 when I surrendered my license, I was in touch with counsel at the time and was instructed to write a letter explaining my situation. I was going through a divorce at the time. Had several business interests and was juggling way too much to be practicing real estate at the time. I had not been aware that my error and omissions insurance policy had lapsed. I had not been getting all of my mail. I'm not trying to blame that on anyone, but a lot of things were going on. It was a very tumultuous time, and I needed to bow out for financial and emotional reasons and in order to maintain my other business interests at the time. I felt like it was the best thing to do. Looking back, I regret that. I wish I had gone through a formal retirement process. I did not, but I'm willing to make any amends or any payment that might be required for me to be able to do business in Nashville with Mr. Bracken.
All right, questions, Commissioner?
Will this now be your full-time job?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you in residential or commercial?
Residential.
Where do you live right now?
I live in Nashville. I have an address in Decatur County as well in West Tennessee.
Is that the Parsons address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you're living here?
I'm living in Nashville, yes, sir.
Is that your primary residence?
Yes, ma'am. I have children in Decatur County. I go home once a week and stay there. But I spend 90% of my time in Nashville.
How much was the civil penalty?
I think it was $1,000. I'm not sure. I don't have the hard copy. I've assumed it would be in my file somewhere.
That sounds right. I didn't bring it down here with me, but I think that's correct.
Sorry. I'm willing to pay that. I feel like if I need to pay that, I can.
The consent order did say that there would be no further action taken for that violation. So I don't believe that he needs to pay the penalty. But of course, that's up to the discretion of the commission.
Well, I have a question of you with that. So to surrender his license when he let E&O lapse, that forgives that $1,000?
The surrender of the license was the disciplinary action instead of paying the money. So him not having that licensure right that he had when he had the license, giving up that was in lieu of paying the money.
But it's sort of like the case we had earlier.
Like what? I'm sorry.
Like the case that we had earlier with the other attorney coming down.
I'm just basing it off what the consent order said, that there would be no further action taken on it.
However, his was not the violations that the other person had. His
Right,
was he let
correct.
the E&O insurance lapse. And I don't think you can lump everybody into the same
Right.
basket just because they surrender a license.
So you retired your license?
No, ma'am, I voluntarily surrendered it.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Under the United Country Real Estate, their letter said you retired.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
That's basically what I did, but I did not go through the retirement process. I wish I had in hindsight, but at the time it was a difficult time, and I would like to say that I transacted no business during the time that my E&O had lapsed at all. So no one was harmed. It was negligence on my part, and now that I have divested of several of my business interests, I'll be able to focus full-time on Tennessee real estate. So I don't foresee that happening again.
Ms. Kirby, could you clarify the consent order? Did it say he could pay a $1,000 civil penalty or surrender the license, or?
The
did it-
exact wording of the consent order, I'm not certain. I could go get it if we want to look at it specifically. I do know that it said this was the extent of the penalty.
If the $1,000 had been paid, is that what that means about the extent of the penalty?
The consent order for the surrender of the license was the extent of the discipline taken on the license.
So there wasn't a $1,000 penalty then, it was the surrender was the penalty?
Right.
So he had a choice of surrender or the $1,000, and he chose surrender.
Correct.
Questions for Mr. Townsend? I don't know whether to ask you this question or your potential broker this question, but whose responsibility is it to keep track of when deadlines come up? Your principal brokers, the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, the Arizona Missions Company, or yourself?
Myself.
Well, there are people behind you right now or here today because they couldn't keep up with those deadlines. It's a big issue. I mean, we hear it a lot.
Yes, sir.
All right, is it Brackeen? Mr. Brackeen, you're a potential principal broker. Can you tell us what you know about this guy and why you'd like to have him associated with you?
I met him first a couple of months ago when he was preparing to take his pre-licensing courses again, I guess, in order to reestablish himself as a realtor here in Tennessee, or as a real estate practitioner. And I was just impressed with his attitude, his momentum, his excitability, and really his knowledge that he already had about real estate in general. And I just felt like he'd be a very good asset for our company and for our team.
Questions for Mr. Brackeen?
I'm just wondering, Mr. Brackeen, what is the process in your office? How do you keep up with your realtors, whether they have paid their E&O or not?
I'm in a very small office. There's 4 practitioners under me currently. So I check it on a regular basis simply because I don't have 50 or 60 agents. So it's a pretty easy thing for me to do. And I also have an assistant who is very good at keeping me on top of those things.
All right, is there a motion? Mr. Wood?
I'm trying to think what I need to say. I move that we allow him to come on and be licensed, and do I have to say anything about the $1,000? Because I don't.
No.
We don't have a code. Then that's it.
All right.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Wood, second by Commissioner DeChara, that Mr. Townsend be allowed to proceed with this application to get a license. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Good luck, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Keep a good calendar now.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell that to a lot of people in here. I know of at least one licensee in the room right now who's here for the second time because he led his education twice. Didn't learn the first time. He's near the back of the room in case
We're not
people
calling
on the-
anybody out here.
Well, it may be more than one that are thinking that I'm talking about them.
I saw some other heads drop.
Might be more than one that shoe fits on.
Is Andrea Dragers here?
She's at 2:40.
I know. I just wish she's here. I'd like to knock it out. Melissa Batdorf. All right, we're ready to go into our legal report. You've had a little tease of this morning, but once again, what we're about to do is people file complaints against practitioners for all kinds of reasons and all the time. Those complaints go to our law department. They do their best to capture the information from the complainant and from the respondent. They create a narrative that tries to make that person that's been complained against as anonymous as possible. So when you hear these, you won't know where the alleged complaint occurred. You won't know whether it's a man or woman generally. You won't hear any real estate companies in there. And when Ms. Kirby is done reading it, she's going to make her recommendation to us, at which time we'll discuss it and decide whether we agree with her or disagree with her or want to modify her recommendation. So with that said, Ms. Kirby, when you're ready, we are.
Any consent order authorized by the Commission should be signed by the respondent and returned within 30 days. If said consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing. And I'm skipping to number 2 on the report. (2015-012801). The following was presented in regard to a complaint filed against respondent's affiliate broker at the September 2015 meeting. Complainant alleges that respondent is withholding funds from rental agreements in the amount of $9,145.60. Complainant hired respondent to manage 6 properties, and respondent terminated the contract on August 31st, 2014. Complainant's owner's statements from August 31st, 2014 reflect ending balances of $3,527.84, negative $141.58, $6,638.10, $351.87, $238.63, $3,530.74 for the 6 properties, for a total outstanding balance of $14,145.60. Complainant submitted a series of emails to respondent requesting the outstanding balance beginning in February of 2015 and received a final payment in the amount of $5,000 on April 15th, 2015 from the respondent, leaving a total balance owed of $9,145.60. Complainant has yet to receive the remaining balance. Respondent did not submit a response. The decision was a consent order in the amount of $11,000 for violations of 6213-312B5, failing to account or remit monies that belong to others. 14, Rule 1260-02-.097, failure to disperse money held in escrow within 21 days of written request. For each of the 5 properties with an outstanding balance, plus a violation of TCA Section 6213-313A2, failure to respond, plus attendance at 1 entire regularly scheduled commission meeting within 180 days of the respondent's execution of the consent order. The following was presented in regard to the complaint filed against the affiliate broker at the November 25th meeting. So this is the representation on the affiliate broker. Respondent submitted a response by and through an attorney stating that respondent was not engaged by complainant to manage complainant's properties. Respondent states that a global investment company engaged respondent's firm to manage a pool of residential investment properties. Respondent states that respondent was instructed by the global investment company, both verbally and in the management agreement, to communicate with the global investment company and not directly with the property owners. Respondent states that respondent's firm experienced significant difficulties managing the portfolio because the global investment company refused to communicate with respondent's firm concerning vital issues related to managing the properties, including failure to reimburse respondent's firm for maintenance expenses, mortgage payments, and property taxes. Respondent states that many of the properties were in need of major repair, and respondent's firm could not get approval from the global investment company to do the maintenance needed to get the properties in safe and habitable condition. Respondent states that as of June 2014, the global investment company owed respondent's firm $79,390.53 for reimbursable expenses under the management agreement. Respondent states that respondent terminated the agreement with the global investment company pursuant to the terms of the management agreement with an effective date of August 31st, 2014. Respondent states that respondent offset the agreement with an effective offset the indebtedness with current and future receipts, and once the indebtedness was paid off, respondent sent $5,000 from the remaining rent receipts directly to complainant. Respondent states that respondent routinely sent accounting statements to its client, the Global Investment Company, and the investment company ceased communicating with the respondent, and to the respondent's knowledge, to its principals as well. Respondent believes that the Global Investment Company failed to deliver rental receipts received from respondent to its principals or to properly account to its principals for the same. Respondent states that respondent has remitted either to the investment company or the principals themselves all rental receipts less indebtedness or other reimbursable expenses and management fees lawfully due to the respondent's firm, and anything else allegedly due to complainant or any other property owners is owed by their agent, the Global Investment Company. Respondent provided a copy of the management agreement, which states that the agreement is between the respondent's firm, and the Global Management Company. The agreement states that the respondent's firm is to deal directly with the Global Management Company and not the owner investors. The $5,000 payment was made to complainant after the agreement between respondent's firm and the Global Investment Company was terminated. It's an unfortunate situation for the complainant, but it appears that the complainant will need to go after the Global Investment Company to recover any money owed. The decision on this representation for the affiliate broker was a $1,000 civil penalty for violation of TCA section 6213 313A2, failing to respond, and 312B14, plus attendance at one entire regularly scheduled commission meeting within 180 days of the execution of the consent order. The following was presented in regard to this complaint against respondent, principal broker, at the September 25th meeting. TREC opened a complaint against respondent, principal broker, on a potential failure to supervise regarding the previous respondent affiliate broker in the above complaint. Respondent did not submit a response. The decision was a consent order in the amount of $2,000 for violation of 6213 312B15, failure to supervise, 14, and TCA section 6213 313A2, failing to respond, plus attendance at one entire regularly scheduled meeting of the commission within 180 days of respondent's execution of the consent order. The respondent submitted a response requesting the commission dismiss the complaint. Respondent states respondent is not an owner of the firm and should not be held responsible for not responding to the complaint because respondent was not informed of the complaint until after the affiliate broker received a consent order. Respondent states the affiliate broker did not understand their licenses are separate and that respondent had to respond separately. Respondent states that respondent never received the complaint. Respondent states that respondent has been a broker for over 44 years and has never been disciplined by TREC. Respondent states respondent would have responded had respondent known about the complaint. Respondent states that the actions taken by the firm were not unfair to the public and the contracting party did not fully disclose the firm's responsibilities under the management agreement to its investors. The recommendation is a consent order in the amount of $1,000 for violation of TCA section 6213 313A2, failing to respond, plus attendance at one entire regularly scheduled meeting within 180 days of the respondent's execution of the consent order.
So, am I understanding this correctly? We heard this September 2015, we heard this November 2015, and we're hearing it February 2016?
Right, so the initial complaints for both the affiliate broker and the principal broker were presented in September. At that point, we didn't have a response from either one of them. Then I got a response from the affiliate broker, so I represented the affiliate broker's case with his response. Just this past month, I got a response from the principal broker. So that is where this is coming in.
I don't know how it
Okay,
works.
so are you lowering it from 2,000 to 1,000?
Well, the only thing after the representation of the affiliate broker's complaint, the commission voted to get rid of any violations except for the failure to respond. And so since there's not an underlying violation for him to have failed to supervise, that's why I'm recommending the consent order be reduced to $1,000 for the failure to respond.
But our decision was $2,000 failing to supervise and failing to respond. So which of those two charges are you saying?
The failure to supervise, because the underlying violation for the affiliate broker was dropped by the commission on the representation of the affiliate broker's complaint.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner DeChara, seconded by Commissioner Franks, that council's recommendation be adopted. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Now to the audience, just so you follow this now, and throughout all these complaints we hear today, the legal department will go to that respondent and say, "Hey, if you'll agree to this, commission is okay with it, and it'll be settled." They don't have to agree to it. They can come here and have a formal hearing, which is what we were supposed to have had tomorrow. But a judge or an attorney got that case continued, so you caught a break in that sense. But on the other hand, they're pretty interesting to watch a formal hearing. So anything we do today, it goes back to the law department. They go to the respondent and say, "Would you do this? Would you be okay with this?" And if they are, it's handled. Ms. Kirby.
20140030101. The following was presented at the July 2014 meeting. Complainant, a licensed broker, states that neither respondent, affiliate broker, inactive licensee, nor respondent's company are licensed, and the complainant states that respondent is engaged in property management. Complainant attached a copy of the letter from respondent to complainant's clients, the owners of a neighboring property, which in part states that the respondent manages a property next door, describes the individuals in the property as my tenants, and refers to the property as one of my units. Complainant states that respondent is not the owner of the property. The Office of Legal Counsel conducted a search on the property address and confirmed that respondent does not own the subject property. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent oversees a few residential properties for the homeowner, and respondent's duties are to handle repair calls, oversee yard maintenance, submit notices to tenants for noncompliance of the lease between tenants and homeowner, take photos of damages, maintenance, repair, change locks, perform inspections, and clean and paint the vacated property. Respondent states that respondent sent the letter to complainant's clients, who are neighboring homeowners, on behalf of the homeowner, and respondent states that respondent's words were not political correct. Respondent states that respondent's affiliate broker license is going to be in retirement once respondent completes education, and respondent's former clients were advised to find another management company or have rent sent to them, advertise their own properties, and negotiate their own leases. Office of Legal Counsel confirmed that respondent's license is currently in inactive status, and respondent's company has never been licensed with TREC. Office of Legal Counsel also performed a Google search of respondent's company name and found web pages listing respondent's company with respondent as a contact person, advertising property management services for a fee, including leasing, negotiating contracts, and collecting rent. And the consent order, the recommendation was the consent order for $2,000 for violations of TCA Section 6213-312B14, 6213-309A1A, and 6213-318B4, plus attendance at a commission meeting. And then this was referred to litigation, and this is being presented on Ms. Ryan's request. Respondent's license expired in October of 2014 and was not renewed. Respondent is now only doing lawn service repairs under the same name, but is not doing any real estate work. Respondent states he has removed websites, and a further Google search shows no advertisement for anything except lawn services. And the respondent states that this site, Google, was first done years ago and not updated. No properties are advertised as being offered or managed by the respondent. Respondent states that respondent now has another full-time job. Respondent states respondent has no intention of returning to real estate work, and the recommendation is to close and flag to be reopened should the respondent attempt to secure a new license.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chara, second by Commissioner Franks, that council's recommendation be adopted. Is there discussion?
One question again, I'm beating a dead horse. So that they apply, again, this one that doesn't have an inactive license right now, they apply to come back again. It's flagged in this consent order because they've not agreed to it. Will it surface again and they have the opportunity to pay this same consent order?
So the case would be reopened at that point, and we'd basically pick up where we left off, which would be, at this point, it's been referred to litigation, so it would likely go to a formal hearing at that point.
The motion, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 4.
201502191. The following was presented at the December 2015 meeting. Complainants state that they entered into a contract on May 28, 2015 with respondent in good faith, but there have been numerous errors and misrepresentations. Complainants state they sent notices of cancellation numerous times to respondent within the 10-day period. Complainants state they expected to be refunded $2,545 and expect to be restored to their original contract with their original timeshare company to include the full point value of over $324,000. Complainants also expect the deed from their original timeshare purchase to be forwarded as promised by the other timeshare company. Complainants state that they tried to take a bad situation and turn it into something usable with respondent, but it appears respondent has the same problems as the original timeshare company. Complainants included 3 letters dated June 2nd, 2015, which were sent to respondent at various addresses requesting cancellation. Respondent sent a response by and through its general counsel stating that their records reflect the complainants purchased a timeshare interest in respondent from their non-affiliated independent sales agent, complainant's original timeshare company mentioned above. The sales agent responsible for processing the cancellation request and issuing a refund. Respondent states that unfortunately the sales agent did not process the refund in a timely manner, which led to the complaint being filed. Respondent states that the oversight has been corrected and the full amount of $2,545 has been refunded to complainants. Respondent further states it has been confirmed with the sales agent that their original timeshare ownership has been restored and the deed has been recorded on complainant's behalf. The decision was to accept the recommendation for $1,000 violation of TCA section 6632.114a. Refunds must be made within 30 days of notice of cancellation, and TCA section 6632.121f2e. And then the commission voted on a second motion to open a complaint against the timeshare salesperson. Counsel for respondent submitted an additional response to clarify respondent's role and responsibility in the transaction. Respondent states that respondent, the developer of a multi-site timeshare plan. One of the component site resorts was developed by the other company referenced in the original response. Respondent states the other company is the entity that sold the timeshare interest to complainants pursuant to the purchase agreement. Respondent states that respondent's passive role was limited to designating complainants as member beneficiaries of the multi-site timeshare plan in connection with their purchase of timeshare interest with the sales company. Respondent states complainants paid their deposit with the other company and was at no time in respondent's control. Respondent states the sales company was entirely responsible for providing a refund to the complainants after they canceled their purchase. Despite any contractual agreements between the respondent and the other developer to the contrary, the purchase agreement states that any written cancellation by the purchaser be sent to the respondent. While respondent states that respondent played a passive role in the transaction, it appears that both respondent and the other developer were selling interest to complainants, and respondent's name is all over the transaction document. So the recommendation is no change to previously proposed consent order.
Motion to accept council's
Second.
recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner DeChara, seconded by Commissioner Hills. The council's recommendation be adopted. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Mallory, could I ask you a question? Just a sense I have. So it's almost as if we're presenting these offers to settle, and they're deciding, here's some more information to take back to commission. Is that just an anomaly at this point, do you think?
Well, what we try to do is we try not to represent anything unless it's substantially new facts and circumstances to the situation. In a situation where the respondents have not responded the first time it was presented, then anything they give us is going to be substantially new facts and circumstances. So at that point, I feel like I have to bring it to you. In this case, this attorney, seemed to indicate that they had different information that he hadn't given us at first, and I was very reluctant to bring this one back to you. And essentially that's why I've recommended no change. But myself not being an expert in what goes on in the timeshare business, just from a general practice type standpoint, that's also part of the reason why I brought this particular one back to you, because the commission's more aware of how the timeshare sales thing works on a daily basis than I do. So,
At least from my perspective, if you wanted to be more hard-nosed and say, well, if you want to make your case, you can have a formal hearing.
And sometimes I do say that a lot of times when they just don't really give me anything new to bring, they're just unhappy with the decision. That's generally what I say. But sometimes, because of the formal hearings cost a lot of money and they take a lot of time, the commission's time, the staff's time, sometimes it seems acceptable, at least in some cases, to bring it back to let you hear it.
You're not just too nice to be in that position, are you?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Because I get a lot of people ask for her to bring it back, and I don't bring very many
Okay,
of them
good.
back.
Just checking.
I think so you can know that we don't like that. Maybe we can just give her some direction on it so that you can know that we back you in making those kinds of statements.
And now, I think one of the problems I have is like they don't respond, and so we give them a consent order for failure to respond, and then they respond. Well, they still didn't respond in a timely manner, so whatever they say, they still did not respond.
Right, and when that situation happens, I always tell the person, I can pretty much guarantee you that you will still get a consent order for at least failure to respond, if nothing else. So.
You might also let them know that if it comes back to us, it could possibly get better for them, but it could also get worse.
Sure.
Okay.
Especially after you've heard 3 or 4 of them in the same day.
If Commissioner Bloom is here.
Or yeah, or
That's
Commissioner
right.
Bloom
That's
gets
right.
it back here. All right, that's just an aside, and no criticism. I'm just,
Okay.
Numbers 5 and 6.
201502-12631 and 201522-780. A complaint was filed against Respondent 1, Principal Broker, and Respondent 2, an unlicensed person. Complainants allege that Respondent 2 is an unlicensed agent working for Respondent 1's property management firm who manages the subdivision's HOA. Complainants state that Respondent 2 enforces the covenants and restrictions of the HOA and signs letters as property manager. Complainants enlisted another firm to sell their home and placed a for sale sign on the front porch because the deed restrictions state that for sale signs cannot be on the lot. Complainants state that Respondent 1 contacted complainant's agent to remove the for sale sign, but complainants were camping for the next 3 days, and complainant's agent did not want to remove the sign without talking to complainants. Complainants allege that a couple of days later, Respondent 2 trespassed onto the property and removed the sign without permission. Complainants further allege that Respondent 2 removed the directional signs that were on the public road and not on the development's property. Complainants further state that Respondent 2 refused to deliver the signs to complainant's agent, and complainant's agent must come get the signs, which were 35 miles away. Complainants state that there have been at least 2 other homes listed in the development in the last 2 years who have had for sale signs on their front porch. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 instructed Respondent 2, an employee, to remove the signs from any lot whose owner had not yet removed signs as requested and from any property considered part of the subdivision. Respondent 1 states that during a regular community drive-by checkup, the only sign that remained in the community was complainant's for sale sign. Respondent 1 states that according to the covenants and restrictions of the development, all signs are prohibited unless approved by the developer. Respondent 1 states that complainants were previously advised by Respondent 1 and the grounds caretaker of the sign violation and were asked to remove it. Respondent 1 states Respondent 1 also contacted the listing agent and the listing agent's broker and requested the signs be moved to no avail. Respondent 1 states that on the same day the signs were removed, they were delivered to complainant's agent's office. Respondent 1 states they no longer manage the community as the developer has transferred the HOA over to the property owners. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 acted on the instruction of Respondent 1 in collecting the signs and did not realize that doing so was a violation of any licensing requirement. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 is licensed in Georgia and has already planned to get licensed in Tennessee and will begin the process immediately. Respondent 2 states Respondent 2 apologized for overstepping any boundaries and will endeavor to prevent such in the future. TREC does not have jurisdiction over HOAs. The remainder of the allegations is a he said, she said scenario with no supporting documentation, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner McMullen, second by Commissioner Franks. This complaint be dismissed. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
2015-0214391. A complaint was filed by an affiliate broker who states that 2 offers to purchase a home were submitted to Respondent's firm. Complainant alleges that Respondent stalled by refusing to accept the offers due to price and personal verbiage. Complainant states that in May, the MLS status of the property changed to short sale, but the price remained the same. Complainant states that Respondent advised the short sale price and appraisal had not been received by the bank and encouraged Complainant to submit an offer. Complainant submitted the client's offer of $199,900 on June 24, 2015. Respondent stated that the offer was insulting and would not be considered. Complainant further states that the short sale price came in at $150,000. Complainant then hand-delivered a second offer for the price of $150,000. Complainant alleges that Respondent was shopping contracts and states the offer was never returned with the seller's signature for refusal. Complainant states that sellers contacted Complainant directly, stating they were insulted by the offer. Complainant states that the accepted offer was from a private investor with no other agent involved, awarding Respondent full commission. Complainant alleges that Respondent made several false and misleading comments and actions regarding the sale of the property, including lewd comments. Respondent submitted a response stating Complainant's allegations are false, slanderous, and libel. Respondent states that the property was listed on the MLS for $299,900 in March, and in April, complainant showed the property. Respondent states that in May, complainant notified respondent that an offer was forthcoming, and respondent sent detailed instructions on the disallowable, allowable FHA HUD short sale closing costs, instructions on the pre-approval, and other general information about FHA short sales. Complainant responded with a request to advise when the bank provided respondent with an approved short sale price. Respondent states that in June, the potential buyers were ready to submit an offer, so respondent sent complainants a 10-step email on how to fill out the FHA PFS purchase agreement, so the bank or HUD would not kick it back. Respondent states that complainant submitted the $199,900 offer on June 25th, but there were over 15 items that needed to be corrected before the bank considered the offer. Respondent states that seller chose not to submit this offer to the bank for consideration at this time, and complainant agreed to make the corrections. Respondent states that on June 29th, a short sale appraisal price was received in the amount of $150,000, and a copy of the HUD short sale appraisal was forwarded to the complainant. On June 29th, one of respondent's clients visited the home and made an offer to purchase, and respondent began treating this as a multiple offer sale. Respondent states that on June 30th, complainant met with respondent with the $150,000 offer in earnest money. Respondent advised complainant that the client's highest and best offer should be submitted because this was a multiple offer situation. On July 1st, respondent informed the complainant that the offer was not selected. Respondent informed complainant that the rejection signature was not returned because respondent was under the impression that the $150,000 offer would be held as backup. Complainant confirmed that the clients wanted to hold the $150,000 offer as backup, but complainant's buyers wanted a signed rejection for the $199,900 offer. Respondent states that the signed rejection letter was not forwarded to complainant because seller was insulted and chose to ignore the offer. The complainant heard directly from the seller, who confirmed receiving the two offers and rejecting both. Respondent provided the transaction documents, MLS listing information, and email correspondence. It appears respondent followed the seller's instructions and kept complainant apprised of the status, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Franks. This complaint be dismissed. Discussion.
I'd just like to say one thing. There are times that sellers just say, I'm not signing that. I'm not, that's insulting. There is no law that says they cannot do that. So it is not a law that you have to have a refusal. So just keep that in mind.
All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 8.
2015021441. Sorry, I missed a 4 in there. 201502144441. Complainants own a timeshare with respondent and attempted to upgrade their contract several years ago, but canceled when they discovered the maintenance fees were going to be double what they paid, although the salesperson stated it would be the same amount. Complainants state that they recently attended an update meeting, and the salesperson stated the complainants could upgrade their biannual $8,000 points to annual $7,000 points, and the maintenance fee would not increase more than $150. Complainants state that when they signed the purchase proposal, the maintenance fee field was blank, but the manager assured it would be no more than $150 more. Complainants stated that they were rushed through the signing the documents and later discovered that a copy of the purchase proposal was not received. Complainants state that they called the maintenance department when no bill was received, and they were told the fees increased from $306.40 a year to $690.60 a year. Complainants state that they filled out a request to cancel, but the customer care representative would not honor the request because complainants signed a purchase proposal with $690.60 in maintenance fees. Complainants requested a copy and discovered that the field had been filled in. Complainants alleged that this was done after they signed the contract. Respondent denies wrongdoing in connection with its sales practices, and complainants claim they were misled regarding the maintenance fee costs associated with the timeshare purchase. Respondent states that in the interest of customer goodwill and not as an admission of wrongdoing or liability, respondent offered complainants the opportunity to be placed back to their prior level of ownership and refund any monies complainants paid for their recent purchase. Respondent states that the purchase proposal signed on June 10th, 2015 clearly advised complainants of the maintenance fee costs and states that complainants did not use the 10-day cancellation period to cancel their purchase. The purchase proposal was executed on June 10th, 2015, and it appears that a copy of the purchase proposal was forwarded to the complainants on July 16th, 2015. It does not appear the cancellation request was made within 10 days of the purchase. The recommendation is to dismiss.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Chara, seconded by Commissioner Wood. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 9.
201502144461. Complainant states that respondent and spouse signed a lease to rent complainant's property on February 26, 2014 for a term beginning April 1st, 2014. Complainant states that the last rent collected was paid on November 15, 2014, and complainant gave notice to respondent on January 26, 2015 to pay rent or move. Complainant filed a detainer warrant on March 20th. Complainant states that respondent and spouse moved out April 1st, 2015 with a note on the door denying entry stating respondent has not moved. Complainant was granted possession on May 19, 2015 and awarded $15,000 in damages to the house and $8,000 in back rent. Complainant states that respondent and spouse filed a false report of burglary. Complainant states that respondent and spouse are currently facing charges. Complainant also states that respondent showed the home to prospective buyer without permission. Complaint and letter was returned unclaimed. The Office of Legal Counsel contacted respondent for a response via email and received no response. The court stated there is no record that respondent and spouse are facing criminal charges. Only respondent's spouse is a named party in the general session suit, which resulted in a default judgment of $15,609 plus costs and interest on June 11th, 2015. It appears none of the evidence submitted shows likelihood of a violation of TREC statutes and rules.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. The council's recommendation be adopted. This complaint be dismissed. Let's vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Number 10.
20150214481. A complaint was opened by the commission based on the complaint below filed against the principal broker 20150215911. The complaint alleges that respondent ran ads in the local newspaper that did not list the firm telephone number as required. The telephone number advertised is not the firm phone number. Complainant states that respondent's principal broker was running similar ads during the same time period with the firm telephone number and alleges that the principal broker was not directly supervising the respondent's advertisement. Respondent submitted a response stating it was an oversight that the firm's telephone number was omitted from the advertisement when respondent proofread it. Respondent states that the telephone number is always included with the logo, but for whatever reason, the number was omitted from the logo in this ad. Respondent states that the mistake was caught on May 23rd and on the May 23rd and 24th ad and corrected for the ads that were run in June and July. The recommendation is a consent order in the amount of $250 for violation of Rule 1260-02-.122B, which is under the old set of rules because this incident was prior to our October 18th date, and also TCA Section 6213-312B14.
And is that the new rule?
B14 is the statute. 312B14. So it didn't change.
So $250 is the maximum for that violation?
No.
1,000 is the maximum. It seemed like it was corrected quickly, and that may have been a number that got them contact to somebody at the firm. It just wasn't the firm.
I make a motion, we offer a consent order in the amount of $500 and attendance at a commission meeting within the 180 days.
Second.
All right, we have a motion that council's recommendation be amended and a consent order be offered for a $500 civil penalty and requirement that this associate attend.
This is the principal broker.
No, I thought the next one was the principal broker.
Well, the reason they're in the opposite order than normal is because the actual complaint was filed against
the affiliate. The complaint was filed against the principal. This is currently the affiliate.
Says against
Yeah,
principal
this
broker.
is the affiliate.
But it says.
But the next one.
Okay, yes, this is the affiliate. I'm sorry. The actual, this was a weird one because the complaint was actually filed against the principal broker for something the affiliate did. So yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Which is filed incorrectly.
we're going to get to the principal broker in a minute, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion, $500 civil penalty and attendance at a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within 6 months. Is there discussion on the motion?
And what was, I guess, just Janet's question, why 500
What, instead of 1,000?
instead of 250?
Because I still think 250 is just a slap on the wrist and they don't pay any attention to that.
This person was first licensed in 91. So anybody that's been licensed since 91 should have
know better.
known that you have a telephone number on it.
That law hadn't changed.
With all that said, Mr. Wood, if you wanted to amend the motion, you're welcome to do that. Could take it up, take it down. It's up to you.
I want to amend the motion that the fine be $250.
All right, there's an amendment offered by Commissioner Wood that the fine, the civil penalty, we like to call them, right? Is that what we like to call them, civil
Yes.
penalty? Instead of being $500, be $250 as council recommended. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner McMullen, so we will have a vote on that amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment? All right, there's no question about attendance at a meeting as far as I can tell. It's only about the civil penalty.
Right.
All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment. If you think $250 is the appropriate amount, you'll vote yes in just a second. If you think it is not, you'll vote no. Ms. Hills,
Can I ask Mallory something?
you certainly can. It's open for
Okay.
discussion.
So, it was done, it was caught May 23rd and 24th. It got changed June and July. Can you tell me if it's a Homes magazine that would just come out monthly? Or if it was a newspaper ad that would come out frequently or something?
It was I believe it was a newspaper. Mm-hmm.
All right.
And it
Local newspaper.
really did seem like it was
did it-
probably a mistake
Okay.
that they made. But
You're not supposed to make that mistake.
Okay,
It's 91.
so we'll vote. Let's see. Mr. Young, you want to call the roll on this one?
Sure.
The yes vote says you like $250 as a civil penalty. A no vote says you like something
For the
else.
amendment, right?
Yeah, we're on the amendment.
Okay. DeChara,
No.
Franks,
No.
Grease,
Yes.
Hills,
Yes.
Horn, McMullen,
Yes.
Taylor, Wood.
Yes.
All right, so the amendment passes on a 6-2 vote. Now-
5-3.
5-3.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
We're going to get you some new fingers.
5-3, as I was saying. And now we're back to the main motion, which is, if it passes, a consent offer to pay $250 and attend a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within the next 6 months. Are you ready to vote?
No, wait a minute, say that again?
500.
No,
No, 250 passed.
250 passed.
So we got to vote on what then?
Now we're back to the main motion. That was just an amendment to the main motion, which is a consent order for $250 and attendance at a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate
I
Commission.
thought the main motion was 500.
It got
It
amended.
just got amended to the 250. So now, my
yeah, okay.
motion was to add that
Okay, got it.
commission meeting.
Is everybody clear on the motion?
No. Obviously not.
All right, let's vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously. Let's do this real quick here. It's roughly 2:30. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Want to do the principal?
Yeah, let's do the principal first.
Yeah.
He's already canceled.
See how quick I got up?
Sit back down. All right, we'll get short, I promise.
Hang on.
Number 11.
I'll read really fast, I promise.
Yeah, read.
It was number 10, I think, right?
Yes, 11.
Oh, it's 11. Your thing was off. That's good.
Oh, okay. 201-502-15911. A complaint was filed against respondent for failure to supervise the respondent affiliate broker in case 201-502-14481 above. Respondent states that affiliate broker did in fact run the open house ad without the firm phone number. Respondent acknowledges that the affiliate broker was used to seeing the company logo, which included the firm phone number. Respondent states that there are employees in the office who assist with advertising. The mistake was caught on May 23rd and May 24th and corrected on June 6th and 7th. Respondent further states that the affiliate broker also advertised properly in July. Respondent states that there are on average 25 agents in the firm and advertising mistakes are taken very seriously. Respondent states that the new policies have been implemented to assure more stringent oversight on all advertising. Respondent also scheduled a meeting with the agents to review the procedures that must be followed, and respondent reviews and approves all advertising. Respondent provided copies of the corrected ads. And the recommendation is a consent order to the amount of $250 for violation of TCA Section 6213, 312B14 and 15, which is failure to supervise, and Rule 1260-02-.122B.
Move that we accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner Wood, seconded by Commissioner Horn, that council's recommendation be adopted.
I'd like to amend that motion to say that they have to attend a commission meeting within 180 days.
Second.
All right, now we have an amendment to the motion. That amendment offered by Commissioner Chara and seconded by Commissioner Hills would require this principal broker to attend a meeting within 6 months, a full meeting of the Tennessee.
Commissioner Grease, can I say that I accept that as a friendly amendment and we don't have to vote?
If you'd like to do that, you can say anything.
Then
you
I
want.
would like to do that.
All right, so
I'm okay with that.
everybody's good with it? Okay, the motion, $250 civil penalty and show up at one of these meetings in the next 6 months. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 10-minute break.
What?
Louisiana does what site?
We always want to include
Um,
Basically, what it means
I can, would you rather me
is
address it on the record?
Say, we've noticed in this ad.
I would rather do it on the record.
Okay.
So ask me on the record and I'll do it. I'll tell you why.
Before the commission, if something like this, they pay the fine. It's accepted and moves out. Starbucks? What they were.
Chocolate covered coffee beans.
I know.
I was expecting chocolate covered raisins.
I wasn't sure, so that's why I didn't get it.
Chocolate covered coffee beans.
May not be a bad thing to look at.
Yeah, I think anything that could like take stuff off.
Good point. Good point.
I made sure I was in there washing my hands long enough. There you go. What'd she do when she came out? Not shit her pants.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's no talking being
There's what?
No talking.
No talking. No eye contact.
It's like a rule.
Yeah.
Women just carry on.
Yeah.
There's a man sitting.
$50-mile waivers here. Well, it's just about 2:45.
Oh, yeah.
I know, I'm trying to find. What rule was it? Is it a rule? Yeah.
Oh, okay. In the event that an offer is rejected, the broker or affiliate broker shall request the seller to note the rejection on the offer and return the same to the offer. So request it, but I guess if the seller won't do it,
requested it.
he did. Yeah. So I guess if
Yeah.
the seller won't do it, then that's not.
That's what I thought.
Harlan.
Like, I thought it was something like.
Who else? Did Christie drop out for sure today? Both did.
That's good.
That's a good thing. Well, you don't waste your money and your time.
I was looking at the video to all parties.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I had never really noticed that rule there.
I think they're just gonna beat up each other.
It's been ego up
Bet,
now,
you
but
know
now
what
it's in
happens?
it's in their
For whatever
pocket.
reason,
It's
on
getting
Word, like
time
if you
for
like
Carson
like each
needs to
erase
go ahead
part
and
of
drop
They
the
don't
out.
like each other anyway.
number, sometimes
Hey,
it'll
if they
automatically
want to
take
be
the
vice president,
number
they better be
off.
dropping out.
Because I remember checking the one that I sent to them like a million times for
That
that.
one's fun. That one's fun. It's just your,
Yeah.
Clearly didn't review it very
He's
well.
not, it's his personality more than anything, I think. I think they don't look at him as
To
strong.
make your,
Yeah, but I mean,
I will,
My first several reports, I would like read word for word over again before I gave it to them. Now I'm just like, oh, whatever, you go.
Julie used to send it to me just to look for like words missing a letter and stuff.
Oh yeah, we got all those all over the place now.
Yeah.
All right, before we go on to number 12, case 12, Mr. Char has a question for Ms. Kirby.
Ms. Kirby, are you no longer putting these, attending commission meeting within 180 days?
So the reason why I haven't been recommending that is because I feel that it is an unfair burden on those respondents who do not live in Middle Tennessee. Someone that lives here in Nashville who is assessed that part as part of their consent order, it's a very different burden than someone who lives in Bristol that has to come here and get a hotel for 2 nights and take 2 days off of work. I mean, you have to take 2 days off of work regardless, but in terms of the costs associated and the arrangements that need to be made, I just don't think it's fairly assessed against anonymous respondents like that. So that's why I haven't been recommending it. Also, we aren't able to ever give any of the respondents that have to come to the meeting, we aren't able to ever give them a certain answer on whether it's going to be a 1 or 2 day meeting. And I find that a little bit problematic just because if you have to get a hotel for 2 nights and you don't know whether you're going to need that second night until 5 o'clock that night, then you're still stuck with it, the bill and that sort of thing. So that's why I haven't been recommending it. Of course, the commission is welcome to add it. As you have done, but that's my reasoning for that.
Are you aware that the commission did vote to include that on every consent order?
And you can include that on every consent order if you wish to. My recommendations are supposed to be what I would advise in my judgment of what's the facts of the case and the punishment deterrent that I think is appropriate for the respondent. So that's what I have to base my recommendations on as counsel for the commission. But obviously the commission can change that. So
There you have it. She's a nice person. She's
I
not,
think
not your
it-
typical attorney.
I think unless somebody wants to make a motion that we change what we've already voted on, then that we should stick with what we already voted on.
That's, I mean, I have no intention of going back unless
Okay.
somebody wants to make a motion to reconsider. If not, let's go on to number 12, Ms. Kirby.
Can I ask you this? Would you feel better if the time was longer than 180 days? Because we do go to East Tennessee and we do go to West Tennessee.
that would certainly be better, but then that would have to be a year in order for it to make sure that it would fall on one of those dates.
I think it's unfortunate, but those people living in Nashville have the benefit anyway of everything is held in Nashville, with the exception of 2 meetings. But most everything we do, which does take, I'm from Memphis, that's not next door. And I just feel like that's part of life.
Right, but we're requiring them to do it. I mean,
Yeah.
most people that come to other things are choosing to come.
Okay, good answers. Number 12. Or do you have something?
I think the 245 person is here. I don't know if you wanted to go ahead and do that or not, or we can keep going with the
No,
report.
let's do that. Take a break. Let me find my agenda. Melissa Batdorf, are you here? And Andrea Driggers. If you two will walk right over here.
I didn't know if it was their rule.
Do you need to swear them in for this?
Sure. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. Ms. Driggers has applied for an affiliate broker and is requesting a waiver of the 50-mile rule. She currently lives approximately 79 miles from the firm with which she would like to affiliate. The principal broker, Melissa Batdorf, was first licensed as a broker in December of 2004 and has been principal broker of the firm with which Ms. Driggers is seeking licensure since October of 2010. She currently has no affiliate brokers or brokers at this firm. Ms. Batdorf is also principal broker of CB Properties of Memphis, LLC, and has been since June of 2012. Ms. Batdorf has no brokers or affiliate brokers at this firm. And I already had mentioned the 2 firms there, and the letter that Ms. Batdorf wrote requesting the waiver is also on your iPads.
Okay. Start with Ms. Batdorf. So you understand why you're here, right? We have this 50-mile radius rule. Can you explain to us satisfactorily, to the point where we'll vote for this, why we ought to waive that rule in this particular case? And you have to talk into the microphone.
Is that Ms. Badorf?
Yep. Not when you whisper, we can't. No, I don't want you to whisper. Talk loud.
There's multiple reasons why. First of all, I am in the Jackson area where Andrea lives frequently. I'd say between 2 and 4 times per week. Andrea also comes toward me more than once a week as well.
Would you please move closer and speak up a little
sorry.
bit?
I'm sorry. It's not pulling any
No, it
forward.
won't go. You have to kind of go to it.
You can bend it down.
Okay, well, is that better? Capacity in which I'd like Andrea to come on to the firm is more in realm with being my licensed assistant. And then on top of that, Andrea is my daughter-in-law. So I am there frequently. Furthermore, technology the way it is today, most agents aren't coming in and out of their offices daily. So it's more on a technology basis that I'll be utilizing Andrea, and Andrea utilizing me.
See if our West Tennessee people have any questions or comments at this point.
You sell residential real estate?
Yes, ma'am.
And your assistant would be showing property and?
Likely not very often, no.
And you Did I hear you say you were licensed in Memphis also? Or worked in Memphis also?
Our office is located in central Memphis, yes, ma'am.
And yet you're Jackson, Tennessee, you go to Jackson, so you're selling real estate in Memphis and in Jackson, Tennessee, you yourself?
I live in Fayette County, so I primarily am more in the rural areas. So kind of all over.
So you work multiple counties is
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, you, okay.
Yes, Ms. Franks.
So will she be coming to your office every day and working at your office every day? Or what are you looking at? Or will you scan something to her and say, put this in the MLS or
Correct.
whatever?
Correct. It would be more of computerized scanning, telephone communication, more on the lines of keeping up with the website, that sort of thing.
How many agents do you have in your office?
Just me.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like to me maybe she'll be performing more duties that you really don't even need a real estate license for.
Correct.
Okay.
But that may change as time goes on, as the children get older. Relocating my office may change over time as well.
Do you live within 50 miles of your office?
Why?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I did all those numbers.
Okay. All right.
She doesn't have to.
I'm
No,
10 miles?
I'm just
I
curious.
think I'm 22 miles. I think I'm 22 miles. Everything's off of I-40. Let's see.
And, Andrea, do you live in Jackson?
I do.
Which side?
How long does it take you to get to her office?
Probably an hour and 20 minutes. About an hour from my house.
House is
to,
an hour door to door.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting out of this is your office is just an office that you really don't go to. Is that correct?
Most clients, because I'm in Fayette County, I'm meeting them elsewhere. My office in Shelby County is a meeting place as well for, a lot of closings happen in Shelby County. So I go to the office fairly regularly because that's where my office is. But I've been contemplating moving it to the house.
Live in a commercial area?
No, I'm rural.
Okay, so you couldn't move your, probably,
Yeah, she probably can.
there,
Yes.
she might could.
She lives
I-
in
my
Fayette County. She
homeowners
can probably,
association,
there's
I've
not
talked
any
to.
zoning restrictions that
Okay.
would keep her from doing that.
We've considered Brownsville area as well, kind of in the middle of everything. No attorneys there, but
I'll make a motion, we approve Andrea to work for her mother-in-law.
You have to have a motion for her to work for her mother-in-law?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
With the, because she's gonna be too far away from her.
For an exemption to the 50-mile rule. So-
Yeah,
Right,
I'm choking to death here.
So we have a motion by
Just look
Commissioner
over it,
Nachara, seconded by Commissioner Horn, that the 50-mile radius requirement be waived in this particular case. Is there discussion? Mr. Wood?
I don't know that I would have been in favor of it if you hadn't been related. Okay? You'll have more connection than most agents and the brokers, so that's why I would be for it. So.
And that it's not a large office was significant to me, too.
I have one other question, if I might.
Not yet. Don't ask it yet. Let's get your vote first,
Okay. Oh,
okay?
I'm sorry.
All right.
You don't want to mess it up, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, the motion is to waive the 50-mile radius rule. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Batdorf, do you have a question?
I do.
Would you speak into the microphone?
Yes, sir. One of Andrea's best friends, who is kind of part of our family but not actually related, is going to be taking her test soon and would like me to be her broker, and she is also in rural Madison County? Yes. Rural Madison County, roughly the same distance away.
You'd have to come back before us for that.
We would?
Yep.
Okay. Understood.
One of the reasons, too, that I recommended she be allowed to do this is, even though she's going to be a new agent, she's really not going to be doing much real estate. If she were getting her license to go out here and start selling real estate with no supervision, I would not have made that recommendation.
Right.
As a new agent.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Do
Have a
we
safe
need
trip back.
paperwork or anything, or? Okay.
You're on YouTube, so you've got your documentation if you need it. Okay. All right,
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, we're back to the legal report. Item number 12.
20150215361. A complaint was filed alleging that respondent is operating an unlicensed branch office. Complainant's LinkedIn account states that respondent is founder, principal officer, realtor of a property investment company in addition to respondent's affiliated firm. The summary of respondent's company states that respondent has represented all types of clients and refers to respondent's experience as a real estate agent. Further, the company has advertised 6 properties for sale. Respondent states that respondent personally purchases foreclosure properties and markets them for rent on respondent's company website. Respondent states that respondent only manages respondent's personal properties through the company and does not have any clients. Respondent states that respondent has corrected the title on the LinkedIn account to say affiliate broker, stating that LinkedIn initially defaulted the title to broker because affiliate broker was not on the toggle menu. Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the deeds, and it appears that respondent is owner of 4 of the properties. Respondent's spouse has or had title of the other 2 properties. While the LLC does not appear to own any of the advertised properties, the respondent does not individually own 2 of the properties, and the advertisements for the properties make it clear that respondent's investment company either owns the properties or is the real estate firm listing the properties, neither of which is true. So the recommendation is a consent order for $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-309A1A, an unlicensed firm office, and $500 for violation of 6213-312B4, misleading or untruthful advertising.
This is a problem nationwide. And it was something that I learned and I didn't know before I was on the commission, is that an LLC has to have someone with a real estate license that's doing this, even if it's a husband and wife. So I'm, this is happening all the time. I think in the past, we've given $1,000 for these type of violations. So I would make a motion that we have a consent order for $1,000 for the unlicensed firm office and $1,000 for violation of misleading or untruthful advertising. So $2,000 together, and the 180 days to meet at one of our TREC meetings.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor offered by Commissioner Frank, excuse me, second by Commissioner Chara, is to modify council's recommendation and make the consent, or the, what do we call it again?
Consent order.
Not the
Civil
sound- No,
penalty?
the amount, the penalty.
Civil penalty.
The civil penalty, $1,000 for each of the 2 charges, plus attendance within 6 months at a full meeting of the Real Estate Commission. Ms. Kirby.
I just wanted to clarify. I know this was maybe a little bit hard to follow. The LLC actually didn't own any of the properties. The problem, so the properties were either owned personally by this person who has a license, but 2 of them were not. The problem I saw was that it appears on the firm advertisement that the firm is either owns the properties or is listing the properties, and this company is not a licensed firm. So it's a little different than some of the other scenarios we've seen, where the LLC is actually the one purchasing the properties and then trying to sell the properties, its own properties. So it's a little bit a different scenario. This is more of an advertising issue than an unlicensed broker issue.
Is the licensee related to the principal broker?
The licensee related to the principal? I don't think so. And the firm that the licensee is affiliated at is on the advertisement for the other company. but it still looks like this is another firm.
Well, they either own them or they don't own them. So there's two they don't own.
Right.
Okay, so my motion stands. It's still unlicensed activity.
Okay, further discussion. You've heard the motion, sum of $2,000 in civil penalties and attendance at a full meeting of the Real Estate Commission within 180 days. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes. Number 13.
20150216781. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for potential failure to supervise respondent in case number 20150215361 above. Hereinafter, affiliate broker. Respondent takes the supervision of activities of agents very seriously and provides regular emails and weekly webinars which discuss various compliance issues, TREC guidelines, and company policies. Respondent further states that with the changes to TREC rules, topics for discussions have increased. Respondent further states that all new rules were disseminated to the agents. Respondent further hosts meet and greet meetings to keep agents informed, updated, and compliant. With regard to the complaint, respondent states that the affiliate broker is proactive and has received a copy of TREC guidelines for property management. Respondent states that the linked entitled broker inadvertently defaulted and the affiliate broker made the correction. Respondent will continue to audit agent's internet activity to ensure compliance. Consent orders for $500 violation of TCA Section 6213 312B 15 failure to supervise.
I make a motion that we offer a consent order for $1,000, which is what we have been doing, and attendance at a commission meeting within 180 days.
Second.
We have a motion properly made by Commissioner DeChara, seconded by Commissioner Franks, that a consent order for $1,000 instead of council's recommendation of $500 be adopted, and in addition, the respondent will have to attend one of these meetings within the next 6 months. All right, so I just have a question. What did the broker fail to do in this case? If this was off-site
Supervise.
LLC, if it was off-site LLC stuff?
It wasn't LLC stuff, she
It
said.
was on their website.
It was on the company's website?
So the affiliate broker had a separate website for their company.
See.
Correct. Yes. The firm name with which the person is actually affiliated was also on there. But they weren't linked. As far as I know, there wasn't like a link to the actual firm's website or anything like that.
So if I understand it, the LLC, or this entity that this affiliate had a separate website.
Yes.
Where he advertised property management or advertised his particular homes.
Properties for
rent.
sale. Mm-hmm.
And on that was a company logo where his license hung.
The name of the firm, yes, was on there. Mm-hmm.
Didn't link to the firm.
I don't believe it linked. I think it just listed that this the agent whose company that had this LLC like said on there, you know, I'm a licensed agent with such and such firm. Like that was all on there. So it was clear that this agent is associated with this firm, but it just also looked like they had this other firm that they were working with.
But they're managing property without the broker's knowledge.
They're managing, I think it was, I can't remember if it was managing and buying or selling or just buying and selling, but yeah.
I would also say that once you're an agent, you're always an agent wherever you are. You can't disassociate from being one. And if the company's name was on their website, that is broker oversight for not making them take it down if they were trying to do, it sounds to me they're trying to go do something that's not on the up and up, period.
The principal broker's responsibility just keeps on increasing and increasing and increasing, and I feel that in my office. I will say this: I guess I'm blessed that I have a small office where it's easy for me to from time to time I Google my agents for this very reason. You know, we don't know who this company is, or if they have 800 agents under one principal broker, which makes it very hard for the principal brokers to know what these people are doing outside their office if they didn't know. So to me, it's a little bit of a fine line of did the principal broker know or not? Because I know that can happen without the principal broker's knowledge. You don't have any indication about that, do you?
No, in the principal broker's response, they didn't really seem to indicate whether they had knowledge of it prior to receiving the complaint or not.
Well, if they didn't have knowledge, they would have said we didn't have knowledge, I would think then. That tells me that.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 15.
Even 14.
I'm sorry, 14.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. 201-502-15381. A complaint was opened against respondent alleging advertising violations. A website was printed on August 18th of 2015, which includes respondent's contact information, but respondent's firm name or telephone number, but respondent's firm name and telephone number was not included. Respondent apologizes for the error and provided documentation showing proof of correction. Respondent became affiliated with the new firm on August 5th, 2015. It was in the process of creating a new website. Respondent believes that respondent's ex-employer filed the complaint stating the old employer was upset. Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the corrections to the website. The firm name is printed on each page of the website. However, the phone number included on the website is not the same as the firm number on file with TREC. It appears that the phone number on file with TREC might be the mobile number of the principal broker. There is an additional LLC name on the website that appears that it could be an unlicensed firm. However, the About Me section of the website states that the respondent invested in the LLC company but is working under the respondent's affiliated firm, studying for the broker exam, and hopes to open in 2016. The recommendation is a consent order in the amount of $1,500 for the initial advertising violation in the complaint of Rule 1260.02-.122B, which is the old rule. All advertising shall list the firm name and telephone number. And 1260.02-.133B1, the firm name must be the most prominent name featured in the advertising. And 1260-02-.133F, advertising in a false, misleading, or deceptive manner for violations after the correction.
So are you saying $500 for 3 violations each?
Yes.
Motion to accept council's recommendation. Is there a second? Second. I got a second by Commissioner Horn. Now, discussion.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to add attendance at a commission meeting within 180 days.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hills. So, will you accept that, Commissioner Horn? Okay, so now you, in front of the commission is a $1,500 civil penalty offer and attendance at a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within the next 180 days. You ready to vote?
I'd just like to make one comment.
Okay.
I think it's very important that we be consistent on what, as much as possible, what the monetary, what's my word? Not fines, but
Civil
penalties are, because in the last one, it was a $1,000 violation.
This was prior to the
Okay.
new rule.
Okay, okay. All right,
Because
I'm good.
I 100%
Okay.
agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes. Number 15.
After presenting that complaint, I realized that the one that I was thinking where the advertisement of the unlicensed firm had the actual firm on it was this one. So the previous one did not. Jenica just looked it up to verify that. So I don't know if that will change the commission's determination or
Say that
not.
again?
So the previous complaint right before this one, where the LLC, the person with the LLC was selling properties, that advertisement actually did not include their actual firm's name. It was this one that did, and I was getting the two
previous
mixed
one
up.
didn't have firm name or telephone number on it. It
Not the
just-
firm that they're actually affiliated with, right? Just the LLC company name.
So, with that new information, is there a motion to reconsider? I don't sense there's any motion to reconsider. Let's move on.
Okay. 20150216871. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for potential failure to supervise respondent in the case 20150215381 above. Respondent reviewed the complaint with affiliate. Did we just do this one?
No.
Okay, sorry. Respondent reviewed the complaint with the affiliate broker, and respondent believes this was an omission that occurred during the transfer of affiliate broker's license to respondent's firm. Respondent states that changing firms can be hectic with updating information. Respondent apologizes for the omission and states that the website has been updated with the company information. Respondent has known the affiliate broker for over 20 years and states the affiliate broker is a conscientious and ethical realtor. Recommendations: consent order for $500 for the violation of TCA Section 6213, 312B14, and 15, failure to supervise.
Motion to accept council's recommendation with the addition of attendance at a commission meeting within 180 days.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hills. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion? It's to accept council's recommendation with the addition of education requirement within 180. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Kirby, do you take into account, I don't know that you should, but who files the complaint? I mean, is it, if it's a disgruntled former broker, does that make a difference than if it's a member of the public?
Generally speaking, no. I try to look at it as just, is there or is there not a violation, regardless of the motives of the person that filed it. I mean, sometimes that's harder to do because sometimes there's obviously some bias there in the complaint. But generally speaking, I try not to look at that at all.
16.
20150215401. A complaint was filed against respondent for advertising violations, stating that the firm name is tiny compared to the agent name and the firm number is not listed on the website, only respondent's cell number. Complainant states that the website guarantees they will buy your home, but some restrictions may apply, with the restrictions not stated. Complainant included a printout of the website, which confirms that the firm telephone number is not listed. The firm name is small in the bottom left corner of each page. The website has a guarantee that states in reference to the guaranteed offer program restrictions apply. Not all properties will qualify due to the type of property, location, condition, age, price range, restrictions of the short sale banks, i.e. arm's length transaction requirements, etc. Please contact us for more information. Respondent states that respondent discussed the new advertising rules with the respondent's principal broker and determined that some issues needed to be addressed with the website before the new rules became effective. Respondent states that the website is semi-custom and some of the changes are impossible for respondent to do independently of the website designer. Respondent states that respondent sent an email on June 4th, 2015 to the website designer to make the changes necessary to comply with the new TREC rules, and that respondent did not know the requested changes had not been made until receiving the complaint. Respondent states respondent believes the website is now in compliance with the new advertising rules, and respondent takes full responsibility of her failing to verify that the changes were made, but wants to make it clear respondent takes TREC rules very seriously. The complaint was filed more than 2 months before the new rules went into effect. Therefore, complaint was based on allegations that the respondent was in violation of the old rules. These allegations appear to be confirmed by the documentation from the website on August 10th, 2015. As of February 1st, 2016, respondent revised the website so that the firm name and phone number appear on each page, and the firm name, in legal counsel's opinion, is the most prominent name on the advertising. However, the guarantee remains unchanged. The recommendation is a consent order for $250 for violation of Rule 1260-02-.122B. All advertising shall list the firm name and telephone number. That's the old rule. $250 for violation of Rule 1260-02-.124A. Firm name and telephone number must conspicuously appear on each page of the violation of each website. On each page of the website, and $500 for violation of 1260-02-.125B. Any offer, guarantee, warranty, or the like must disclose all pertinent details on the face of the offer advertisement.
I have a question. Is $1,000 the limit on the
Yes.
last violation?
On all of them, yeah.
All of
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we get a motion.
That's what I'm about to do, if that's okay.
He thought I was going to do it, didn't you?
Would you?
Okay.
Just to show that I'm right.
Well, she just sitting there thinking about it.
No, let her do it.
Mr. Chara, why don't you make a motion?
Okay, consent order for $1,000 for each violation, and attendance at a commission meeting within 180 days. And my reasoning for that is because I have been told by some of these people who offer these guarantees that they make that up in one sale, so they don't really care and $250, they sure don't care.
Okay, you've heard the motion promptly offered by Ms. DeChara. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Hills. Is there
Mr. Chairman.
discussion? Mr. McMullen.
I believe the rule reference on the last violation should be 6B instead of 5B.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner McMullen.
And as far as the guarantee, when they put with restrictions not, that the restrictions were not stated, is what the complainant says. But then, over here somewhere else was that all these different things might not, restrictions apply, and I know properties will qualify due to the type, property, location, yada, yada, yada. So, you have to spell it out. So is one of these violations for that?
Yep.
And which one is it?
The last one.
Got it, okay.
Okay, other questions or discussion? Let's vote. You've heard the motion. If you're in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Motion passes unanimously. Number 17.
2015021711. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the affiliate broker in complaint 20150215401 above. Respondent's explanation of the situation is substantially similar to the response given by the affiliate broker above. Respondent states that respondent periodically reviews all advertisements and websites of respondent's affiliates. Respondent states that the respondent takes respondent's role as principal broker very seriously and that any web design will get respondent's review and approval before it is published. The recommendation is a consent order for $1,000 or violation of TCA section 6213 312B15 failure to supervise.
Mr. Chara.
Motion, we accept council's recommendation with the addition of attendance at a commission meeting within 180 days.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Chara, seconded by Ms. Franks. Is there discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 18.
20150215421. A complaint was filed by respondent's former principal broker. Complainant states that complainant brought on respondent as an agent after agent expressed interest in selling full time now that respondent is retired. Complainant states complainant emphasized how particular respondent is with regard to paperwork. Complainant states that how particular complainant is in regard to paperwork, Complainant states that respondent had one active listing that respondent's previous broker agreed to release and filled out a release accordingly. Complainant states that respondent's former broker transferred the listing to respondent in the RealTrack system when she transferred respondent to complainant's office in the RealTrack system. Complainant told respondent that respondent had to get a signed document from the seller for the file, otherwise they would have to transfer it back to the previous brokerage. Complainant states that the former broker wasn't supposed to transfer the listing without the seller signing off, and the system does not give complainant ability to do anything once it's transferred over. Complainant states the listing transferred with the respondent in the system when respondent was transferred to the complainant's firm in the system. Complainant states that on August 5th, 2015, respondent listed another property in the MLS. Complainant states that complainant emailed respondent that day asking for the listing agreement and asked again when complainant saw the respondent later that day. Complainant states that the next day, complainant reminded respondent that complainant still needed the transfer form and the signed listing agreement. Complainant states that later that day, respondent brought the wrong document and signed the seller's name and put by agent beside it, to which he was told he could not sign the seller's signature. Respondent then brought back the right document, but again signed on behalf of the seller. Respondent was again told respondent could not sign for the seller without power of attorney. The following day, August 7, 2015, when complainant and respondent met, complainant had filled out a broker release form, and at the same time, respondent handed complainant a license transfer form to another firm which complainant signed. Complainant states complainant never received any of the paperwork requested regarding to the two listings. After respondent was released from the company, complainant still attempted to get the documents so that complainant could transfer the listings because technically the listings were still with the respondent's previous firm. Complainant states that on August 7, 2015, respondent promised respondent would drop off the documents on August 10th. Respondent did not show up, but when complainant called later that evening, promised complainant respondent would bring the documents the next day. Complainant sent an email to respondent stating that these are not just complainant's rules about paperwork, but also TRECs, and that complainant expected to see respondent the next day with the paperwork so complainant could release the listings. Respondent did not show up the next day, but did show up on August 12th with the paperwork. Complainant states that the paperwork was full of problems, including wrong dates and listing prices that were whited out, and dates that did not match any of the dates in the MLS. Complainant states that complainant strives to have quality, educated agents that follow TREC standards and go above and beyond to meet the expectations of clients, and fellow agents feel that filing this complaint is in the interest of public welfare. Respondent states that respondent has been a dedicated, hardworking agent in Tennessee for the past 36 years, and it is unusual for respondent to receive a complaint since respondent strives to conduct business within the laws and rules of TREC. Respondent states that during the respondent's 21 days at complainant's firm, respondent submitted all required real estate-related forms according to office deadlines. Respondent states that complainant changed the deadline 3 times and respondent submitted forms accordingly. Respondent states that respondent acted within TREC guidelines by completing and submitting all required and requested forms in a timely manner, attending and participating in meetings called, some with very short notice, and providing requested follow-up related information, written and verbal. Complainant including the listing transfer forms and listing agreement, as well as email correspondence between complainant and respondent. In the email dated August 5th, complainant explains a few changes complainant made to respondent's listing that were incorrect and tells respondent that complainant needs the listing agreement and the transfer form on the other property ASAP. In the email dated August 10th, complainant tells respondent complainant expects to see respondent the next day with paperwork in hand and reiterates this multiple times complainant has asked for the paperwork. There are a couple of places on the paperwork where dates or prices have been whited out and written over, and it does appear that respondent attempted to sign for the seller on the listed transfer form. The recommendation is a consent order for $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-312B20, improper, fraudulent, or dishonest stealing, and $500 for violation of 1260-02-.102D, no license shall advertise property listed by another licensee without written authorization from the property owner.
Okay, first of all, I would just make a suggestion to our attorney, is to not put real tracks in here because that tells me, the area at least.
That tells you they're Middle Tennessee.
I thought that was
Right.
a national thing, so, okay.
No, there's different kinds of MLS. But okay, so this is obviously a disagreement about a realtor left, and they're saying that the broker didn't release their listing agreements. Now, at my office, when I release someone or they leave, I don't give them the paperwork that I have in my file. It's up to them to have that paperwork in their file. I've been in business 28 years. I've never had anybody ask me to do that. They should have it themselves. Am I wrong, or
No, that's not what this is about.
what's it saying?
The new broker could not get a listing agreement showing the seller's signature that they wanted to move the listing to the new firm.
Yes. Okay.
And that agent forged that name.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna take the sweat off Janet. I'm gonna make the recommendation this time. And I want a consent order for $1,000 each instead of the 500, and go to the meeting within 180 days.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Hills, that the amount be up from $500 per violation to $1,000 per violation, making a total of $2,000 civil penalty and attendance at a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within the next 180 days. Is there discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes
And I have to
unanimously.
recuse myself.
Ms. DeChar recuses herself. 19.
20150214411. Complainant states the complainant was moving to Tennessee from out of state and asked complainant's agent to schedule a showing for July 16, 2015 for a property that they were very interested in. Complainant's agent told complainant that the owner said this date was inconvenient. Complainant states that complainant changed complainant's busy schedule for the following week and advised complainant's agent to schedule a showing for the following week. Complainant's agent told complainant that several agents from firms other than the listing firm had been trying to show this home, and it had always been inconvenient. Complainant states that the home is under contract by the listing firm, and complainant suspects it was never allowed to be shown outside the listing firm because they wanted to keep all all of the commission. Complainant states that this is unethical and has postponed complainant's move to Tennessee. Respondent states that respondent has represented the seller of this home since 2012 and this has been on and off the market since the original listing date of September 10th, 2012. Respondent states that there were several occasions that the owner of the home would not allow the home to be shown when respondent's office called to schedule a showing, and that respondent had no control over when the seller would allow a showing. Respondent included showing sheets for the home, which included many showings with other firms. Recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Wood, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 20.
2015021589 TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the affiliate broker above. Respondent.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Move to dismiss.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Hills, that the complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. This is a complaint against the principal broker on the last case, and since we didn't find the last guy guilty of anything, or girl, there's no reason to believe the principal broker failed to supervise. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. 21.
201502148111. Complainant contracted with respondent's firm to list complainant's property. Complainant states that respondent received and accepted an offer to purchase for $515,000 and that respondent represented both complainant and buyer. Complainant states that the property did not close on June 18th, 2014 as contracted because respondent encouraged the buyer to cancel the offer to purchase upon the buyer's determination that the monthly mortgage payment would exceed the buyer's income expectations. Complainant states that respondent and buyer were acquaintances. Complainant states that the buyer had pre-approved financing at the time of cancellation, and complainant had made substantial design changes costing several $1,000s to respondent at the request of the buyer. Complainant states that the earnest money was returned to the buyer. Complainant states that after the cancellation, no offers were made on the property until October 21st, 2014. Complainant states that respondent concealed negotiations with another buyer for $275,000, which is significantly less than the appraised value. Complainant states that respondent made personally defamatory statements about respondent. Complainant states that respondent misrepresented claims regarding the condition and status of the property to prospective buyers. Respondent states that respondent submitted a sworn affidavit to Chancery Court and Court of Appeals which fraudulently misrepresented facts about the property. Respondent submitted a response by and through counsel which states that respondent is not the seller of the property and rather respondent served as executor of the owner's estate. Respondent states that respondent was forcibly removed as the estate's executor by court order shortly after the listing agreement was signed and a temporary restraining was entered prohibiting this should be complainant. I'm sorry about that. Complainant from taking any actions with respect to the estate's personal or real property prior to the court order. Respondent states that respondent is an acquaintant of the contracted buyer and that the parties signed an agreement acknowledging respondent as facilitator to the transaction. Respondent states that the contract on the property included contingencies for closure which were not met. Respondent states that the bank required the seller to obtain a certificate of occupancy before the closing would take place, and because the restraining order had been issued, complainant was no longer allowed to perform the work required by the agreement. Respondent states that because complainant had already performed unlicensed contracting work on the property, the new executor was unable to get new financing to complete the required work, and thus no certificate of occupancy could be obtained. Respondent states that an offer was made on the property in July 2014, but the buyers, in conducting their due diligence, discovered a sinkhole in the property and decided not to buy the property. Respondent states that an offer was made in October of 2014, which was submitted to a judge for approval. Respondent states that respondent never concealed anything or from anyone entitled to the information that respondent had no obligation to report anything to complainant once complainant was no longer the representative of the estate. Respondent states that respondent has never had a contract with complainant and has never made any defamatory remarks about complainant or false statements to prospective buyers. Respondent states that the $275,000 offer was only for one of the homes on the property while the initial contract was for both homes, and that the repairs included in the first contract were never made and a sinkhole was discovered on the property which lowered the property's value. Complainant submitted an affidavit from a prospective buyer who stated respondent told them the house was for sale for $600,000 and that respondent was the builder. The prospective buyer states respondent told them complainant has filed many lawsuits against people, so they should consider whether or not they wanted to get involved in the purchase, and that the lights could not be turned on because complainant had taken all of the money from complainant's mother's bank account and left none for the bill, and that complainant had put high-end appliances in but returned them and put the money difference in his own bank account. The prospective purchaser states that respondent told them the complainant had not installed plumbing, that the master would cost $4,000 to complete, and that they would have to wait until the estate was settled and the house was finished before making an offer. The prospective buyer also states the respondent made no mention of the custom glass shower enclosures were included in the price but awaiting installation, and that they were very discouraged from purchasing and led to believe they wouldn't be able to purchase within a reasonable time frame. Respondent submitted the listing agreement dated March 20th, 2014, which was between the estate and the firm, the purchase and sale agreement, which included all of the contingencies, as well as the court order removing complainant as executor of the estate on May 23rd, 2014. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Taylor, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. There are people in the audience at this point wondering how many more of these things we've got to go, right? All right, we're about to hear number 22 out of 27, if that's helpful.
201502155841. Respondent submitted a response.
Dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner McMullen, that the complaint filed against this guy's principal broker be dismissed. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 23.
201502152881. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for an unlicensed branch office. The documentation consists of a page from a third-party site that states the name of the company, the phone number, and describes the services provided as coordination of property maintenance and repair, attending to your accounting needs. There is no other information provided on the website. There is also a Facebook page that says the name of the company and then several links to articles. There are no properties or services advertised on the Facebook page. Respondent states that the company does not exist and has never been set up. Respondent states the Facebook page was not supposed to be live and that respondent had hired a virtual assistant to manage respondent's social media and that they wrongly activated the Facebook page. Respondent did not know that anyone could access or see this page prior to receiving the complaint. Respondent states that respondent contacted Facebook and asked them to deactivate the page, which they did. As of 2/2/16, the Facebook page does appear to be deactivated. The third-party page is still there, but it does not look like the respondent has any control over this page. Also, when you click on the website link on the third-party page, it links to a sample web page that has not been set up. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Woods, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Is there discussion? All in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 24.
201502153001. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the affiliate broker above. Respondent states that the Facebook page was created by a virtual
Motion to
assistant.
dismiss.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Chara, seconded by Commissioner Taylor, that the complaint against the principal broker be dismissed.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the history of the principal broker for failure to supervise in August of 2015 and the letter of warning.
Mm-hmm.
That was another case?
It's a different complaint.
And that history will keep on showing up in the future.
We're kind of in a bind in that respect if we didn't find the affiliate did anything wrong.
Okay.
Okay, other questions, comments? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 25. What are we on? 25. 25.
2015021531. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for false, deceptive, or misleading advertisement. The website has the name of the firm with the geographical location of the firm added to the end of the firm name. The complaint also alleges that there is another unlicensed branch office being operated by an affiliate broker of the firm. It is legal counsel's opinion that the geographical location added to the firm name does not constitute false, deceptive, or misleading advertisement as an unlicensed firm branch. The other website that links to this licensed firm website does not have the firm name on any page of the website and is run by one of the affiliate brokers. This website advertises properties and real estate services and appears to be an unlicensed branch office. However, the affiliate broker on this website is not the respondent, and a respondent's name appears nowhere on this website. The recommendation is to dismiss as to the respondent and to open a complaint against the affiliate broker listed on the second website for unlicensed firm office and advertising violation, and also against the affiliate broker's principal broker for failure to supervise.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Hills, to accept council's recommendation. Now, I just might have a little issue with this. So, it sounds like the complaint was the company's name is on a website, and then a geographic location is just past that on the website. And so if somebody, for instance, was Google searching for a real estate company in Hendersonville, you could put anybody's name on there, like your firm, what's that, Mr. Wood?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, I thought you were going to help me out with this.
Keep going.
So if it said Exit Realty Hendersonville, even though Exit Realty is in Jackson, it might show up on that search, at which point your office might try to get a referral to send to somebody in Hendersonville. Could that happen? Does that stuff happen?
Oh, surely you wouldn't think people would do stuff like that.
Well, that's what this sounds like to me.
That's
But I
right.
think that's what it sounds like to me, too.
Are we getting the right impression there, Mallory? Is that kind of?
Or were you were too
I mean,
nice.
we have to address it from is this a false, misleading advertising situation? And to me, when I look, this is difficult for me to do this without showing you the advertisement. I wish I could do that because that would be a little bit easier. But to me, when I looked at the advertisement, it was clear to me what the firm was, and that the rest of it was just telling you where the firm was.
So like it might have been Exit Realty of West Tennessee or in West Tennessee. So a more
Or the name of
broad,
the city that the firm is in.
but the firm may not have necessarily been there in that particular city, is what we're asking.
No, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Just instead of putting just the firm name for that firm's website, like the website for the firm was for this particular firm. It just added the city that the firm's located in
Of
to the
Nashville.
title of the firm
Okay.
at the end of it.
So like there's Smith Real Estate in Nashville. That's really where it is, for example. And the name of it is just called Smith Real Estate.
Right.
But on the website, at some point, either in the URL or somewhere on the page, it said Smith Real Estate, Nashville.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Hills.
So, complaint at number 25. It's the same person as number 23. Were they separate complaints?
Yes.
This is the same one as which one?
23, and I would never have been looking for that except in
No kidding.
number 26 is the same broker, and then that made me look at the license date.
Actually, it's 24 and 26.
But they're the same agent, too.
Yeah, it's the same.
The
agent,
affiliate
same
brokers are different. They have the same principal broker. The affiliate brokers are different. So 23 is not the same as 25.
Oh, excuse
Different
me, I saw
affiliate.
08, sorry. It's different month and day. Okay, thank you.
So, Valerie, if you did see a complaint and it said Exit Realty Hendersonville and Exit Realty's in Jackson, would that be a different case from your perspective?
I mean, if the website's advertising properties in Jackson and services in Jackson, but it says Exit Realty Hendersonville, I think that would be a different situation.
You're comfortable in this case, the company was where it said it was? Yeah, advertised.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. All right, we got a motion, I think, and it was to accept council's recommendation. Is that right? All right, thanks for the discussion. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously. 26.
TREC company complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the
Motion
affiliate
to
broker.
dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner Hills to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McMullen. Is there discussion?
Well, it says above.
Same thing as before. It's the same
I
broker.
got you. I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Other comments? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion to dismiss, per council's recommendation, please vote aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
I have a question, Ms. Kirby. Did this broker accept that consent order for $12,000?
Yes.
Has it shown up in our DAR report?
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been August or September. It would have been on there.
Are they still principal broker?
Yes.
Wow.
They hadn't learned a lesson
Wow.
very well, have they?
All right.
Slippery slope.
Number 27.
2015021627. Complainant states that respondent is engaged in an unlicensed vacation lodging service. Complainant states that respondent does not own properties being rented and leased and does not work for a licensed vacation lodging service firm. Respondent submitted a response by through an attorney stating that respondent is exempt from the licensing requirement involving vacation lodging because respondent is assisting the owner, licensed real estate broker, as an attorney in fact. There are no licensing exceptions for vacation lodging service firms or a designated agent. Recommendation is consent order for $1,000 for violation of TCA Section 6213-104 B2 TCA Section 6213-312 B14 with a cease and desist order.
Is that the most we can find them?
Yes, because that's the only, the
Okay.
B14 is just to tie in the penalty, so there's really only one statutory violation with a maximum
Except
of 1,000.
council's recommendation.
Motion by
Have the
Commissioner Frank,
education.
second by Commissioner Hills. This doesn't have a license.
Plus the education.
They don't have a license.
They don't have a license, that's right. Okay.
Right, they don't have a license.
They do not.
Okay. All right, the motion is to offer a civil penalty for $1,000. Ms. Taylor.
I was just gonna say, they're assisting the broker. The brokers, we're not doing anything about that broker here.
We can open a case against that broker.
They're unlicensed.
A broker?
But a broker's
unlicensed?
having someone
Yeah.
operate.
Well, it was unclear whether this real estate broker just personally owns these properties or whether they're actually doing it through, they're actually just having someone assist them doing license activity. That wasn't clear in the complaint. So I don't know whether these were just a licensed real estate broker's personal properties that they were having this person rent out or not.
Says its respondent is assisting the owner, a licensed real estate broker.
Yeah, so they're saying that they're the owner. So that led me to believe that this broker actually owns these properties. And they're trying to argue that they're acting as attorney in fact for the owner of the properties. Well, we don't even have any exceptions for vacation lodging service. The attorney in fact wouldn't really fly anyway, even if we did, because they haven't provided us with the signed power of attorney form. So
Could we use that as a good excuse in the future that I'd like to be an attorney in fact occasionally, just when I'm doing things that are questionable? You're laughing.
Well.
Okay, never mind. All right, the motion is to accept council's recommendation. Is there discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Ms. Kirby, I know that concludes that portion of your report. Do you have other information you'd like to share with us today?
all I got.
That's the best. Great job. Thank you.
Good answer.
This, in case there's ever a question of the people in the audience, this commission feels very lucky and fortunate to have Ms. Kirby and Ms. Harris working for us, even though it might appear occasionally that one or both of them catches a hard time from members of the commission, but they handle it well. We appreciate them. All right, Mr. Malcolm, do you have anything more to talk about?
I do not. You've done a great job with your meeting today.
No brown nosing at this point, okay? All right, we're going to finish this up with, we're going to hear from each commissioner. We have 9 commissioners. One of our good friends, a commissioner from Memphis, Gary Bloom, is recovering from surgery and couldn't be here today. There are 6 licensees on this commission and 2 members of the public. And we're going to start with Commissioner Austin McMullen, who's from Nashville for all practical purposes, right? Any parting comments? That's my kind of attorney. Mr. Wood.
I guess I would just be like everybody else. We sure hope Gary is able to come back and join us again soon. I guess I would like to just, again, reiterate that was awful nice of Tennessee Association of Realtors to do these blue books. That's something we've really needed for a while, and that was something they didn't have to do. It was awful nice of them to do that. And then that third, Malcolm, I'm tickled you're here, and glad you're here, and look forward to working with you a long time. Thank you.
And for the record, Bobby's from Mount Juliet, or
Mount
he's-
Juliet, Tennessee. Nashville is just a suburb of Mount Juliet, and
All right, I'm going to go to my left now. Commissioner Horn is also a public member. He's from Chattanooga, Tennessee. He has another job besides being on this commission. Do you have any comments on your way out, sir?
No, it's been exciting to watch Brother Malcolm work. I think it's going to be a great time, and the rest of you be careful going home, because I ain't got but one black suit.
I ain't got but one black suit.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Ms. Fontaine Taylor is from Memphis. Ms. Taylor, do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, I thank you all for being here, and I know you've had a wonderful, and too am excited about our new executive.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Marcia Franks is from, what is it, Franklin, some small town south of here?
Small town.
What is it? What?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you have to say today?
Come on, come on. I appreciate everybody that's been here today. It's been crowded. There's actually more people today than we normally have, and I was so surprised by that because of the weather. And I really appreciate y'all making the effort to come in this weather, and hopefully you'll be safe going home. Grateful for Malcolm being here, and grateful for TAR for the books.
Thank you. Ms. Hills from Bristol, Tennessee. No, Kingsport, excuse me, Kingsport, Tennessee.
And the farthest of all of us.
She drives 4 or 5 hours to get here, right?
Yes.
Not according to her.
No, man, she's a speed demon.
Sometimes it's shorter. If anyone knows what the weather is on the roads, on the plateau, would you share it with me so I can decide if I'm just going to spend the night or not? I would appreciate it. And Malcolm, I'm very happy you're here, and I appreciate what the staff has done during the time in between, and wait for this chair to be filled.
Mr. Chara from Jackson, Tennessee. Where is that?
We're kind of somewhere up in West Tennessee. I bet a few of these folks can find us. Welcome aboard, Malcolm. We're glad to have you here. And I know some of you probably think we're very mean folks up here, but sometimes we just get so tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over again that when you issue a $250 civil penalty, it doesn't seem to make a difference. So we've had to step up the game to try to get attention of some folks. And if you got caught in that and it was your first offense, I'm sorry. But, you know, your patience do run thin after you hear the same things over and over again. But I hope you learned something today, and we'll be careful going home.
Thank you. I'm from Knoxville, actually Farragut, sort of like Franklin is to Nashville. Here are my takeaways for today. First, we're glad Malcolm's here. Second, we appreciate Mallory and what she did over the last basically 3 months to help this thing afloat.
And Jenica.
I'm getting to Jenica. Jenica, I wasn't going to mention that you're newly married, but I'll bring it up since these people brought it up. We hope things are still going good in your marriage. I'm sure they are. So here are my 2 takeaways today. I felt like I was at a Jerry Springer show here for a short period of time this morning. That was a first for this commission as far as I know. That's number one. And my second takeaway from today is it's clear to me that anybody can file a complaint. You've heard complaints from all kinds of different sources today. We don't know who they are even now. It's just amazing, though. They come from all sorts of different directions. So I know it'll help me, but I hope it helps you as well to be aware of your surroundings when you're practicing real estate, and do it in a professional, ethical way, because there's no telling who's taking a look at you trying to figure out how to pick at you. With that said, I'd like for you all to make sure you sign out and that you be careful on the way home. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
I was gonna make Bobby's
job.
comment about you better remember there's video cameras and monitors.